should have got my recording stuff. Well, it's because time of any, right? So. I never actually really checked how stream looks on. So I probably want like additional brightness. A little bit more saturation. I mean, like that's generally fine, I guess. Okay. So. Well, whatever. All right. Cool. I guess that works. Let's do that. Guess now's a good time as any to figure out like other weird stuff, right? Is that a LUT thing I'm gonna need to work on? Maybe. Wow. Hey, thanks for following Shaza2712. To be clear, this is not my regular setup, right? This is just, I don't know if you guys can hear me typing or what, but sort of. Okay. Wow, this is starting to sound like a jet engine. Oh, whoop, I am accidentally dragging the camera. I will reset its position. Ow. Should make some coffee too, honestly. Make some coffee. Guess you guys can watch me make some coffee. I make it pretty simply, right? It's just, so I'll duck down a little so you guys can see. Do a little squat. But yeah, I make it pretty simply. I just use an AeroPress. Boom. Do have a pretty good grinder though. Encore Brazza. Technically, you would think like a lot of the times you don't really need as much stimulants if you're on like something like Vyvanse, but I waited my 90 minutes of, when I took it, so sometimes you just need a little extra hit of stimulants, I'm lazy, so I just do the swirl method. I just swirl it for like a minute. That's fine. Works pretty well actually, because it's kind of like a centrifuge, right? So by doing this, so long as you get your liquid ratios right, then it just works. It centrifuges a lot of the stuff out and gets a good extraction a little bit faster, in my opinion. I don't know. I don't really know or care, honestly, if that's going to be the truth, but it tastes good, it works, that's really all I care about. It's not super optimal, it's not my problem, right? I'm also gonna probably make some Nano Boost and then, man, what time is it? I'll probably cook myself a quick lunch. You guys can watch that too. I'll adjust the camera for that. I can't see chat right now, by the way, so if you're saying anything, I absolutely cannot see it. I do see a couple things though, so hi to anyone who has joined chat. I'm gonna be talking, just kind of musing to myself, and I figure having body double, I'll be asking you guys some questions too. So, you know, talking about marketing and like things like customer avatars. I normally do like co-working streams at my desk, and I was just like, well, I have this setup ready to go. I don't feel like moving the camera. What if I do this? I wonder if I might be even more focused because I'm in kind of like new environment. I only have one laptop, or I only have that one screen. If I need to do editing and I do a lot of spreadsheet work and like talk with like 20 people at a time, then sometimes I do need all those extra screens and I need like all that extra power from my desktop. But right now, because it is concept work, I think I'm good to just. I think I'm good to just do this. I'm still working out my face muscles from not using them. You know, the whole like masking thing. Second, what should you eat for dinner? Noodles. That was easy, right? Noodles, you should do noodles. Thanks for following, Saiken and Saja. My trash can is right there. I literally set the trash can right here. Make it easy on myself. You don't have any cock? Well, that's unfortunate. Have you tried making your own? Could do like an Alfredo. If you don't have store-bought cock, yours is just fine. I have an empty bag that looks like production cock. All right, let me move that back a little bit. Boom. Get that nice bokeh. Okay, if I move the wire there, it should be. There we go. Yeah, cool. See, now we have that nice bokeh. Right? Yeah, AeroPress. I just find it easy, you know. Oh, now I'm a little offset. I guess I can just scoot. That works too, right? Like that's blocking. Okay, that. Not that it matters to literally anyone else, but like it bothers me. So. Scoot the camera angle. Sometimes you have to just admit, like, does it really matter in the grand scheme of things for anyone else or just you? And a lot of the times it's just like, oh, it just bothers me. But that being said, you know, you can just do that. So I do want to point out that like I have to look at chat on my phone. I can alt-tab chat every so often, but like I'm pretty sure this activity feed on the stream manager is just like not accurate. I've not seen. What the hell? Twitch, I'm literally on your stream using your app. How is this not accurate? That's insane. Weird. Guess I'll just have to alt tab every so often, right? That's really weird. Okay. Okay, now it just updated. Oh, thanks for following, Funk Off Me. Might cook some burgers tonight? That sounds good. I wish I had the means to cook more. But I didn't put water in this. And do the right ratio so you can actually drink the coffee immediately after you make it. That's one of the things I like about AeroPress. Because it gives you basically a concentrate, you can just add the right ratio of hot and cold water to get the temperature you want, which is really nice, you know? One other thing that I usually do. Unfortunately, we don't have NanoBoost around right now, but I don't get all my vitamins and minerals super easily all the time, even with Vite. So we have something called NanoBoost. This is NanoBoost Vitality specifically, which is, it's probably fine. I don't know what that was. NanoBoost Vitality, which is, you know, just all your vitamins and minerals. Tastes sweet, tastes like an energy drink, gives you fiber, gives you vitamins and minerals, hydrates you. Nice and simple. Ah, god damn it. About to live off Factor for another month while I'm in the ICU. I honestly do think, do I have any more bricks to sniff? Man, I have so many in there, but like most of them are synthetic, so they don't smell very good. Sniff this though, it smells good. See, Naniwa 10,000. Doesn't really smell like much. Yeah. Bonus of regular stones, right? Of like natural stones. This is why I like them. W sniffer. Oh shit! I did not seal this properly. Okay, that's fine. I'm sure that's fine. Whatever. I'll just let it dry off. Ah, fuck. Am I a put together human being? Okay. And then I might move a whiteboard back here sometime, and then and then y'all can whiteboard alongside me or whatever. So let's see. That's our visual identity. Looks like he's hacking the IRS for his taxes. That's an interesting way to put it. That product placement. It's actually covered though, so not great product placement. Uh, Maybe I should do a workout while I'm here too. What do you think, chat? Just bring out my dip bars, nice and easy. Honestly, like one of the things with hacking too, I think, is that like most people think about hacking like, oh yeah, you gotta know all this code and all this kind of stuff. But in reality, hacking is like in reality, hacking is just what do you call it? Mostly social engineering. Work plus workout plus work out the math. All right. I might go grab my dip bars then in a bit. Let me look at what my priorities are at the moment. I'm gonna write an email, so I'll get that done first. So, Chad, one of the things that we are working on is nutrients. So that is to say, NOODTR. I actually wonder if I should go get the whiteboard for this. I realized like one of the ways I realized that one of the things that like we haven't explained that well about Vite Ramen, all things considered, is the honestly just like the nutrition. Like how many of you know how many of you are like very well aware of the nutrition in Vite Ramen besides the protein? I think the protein is like the big thing that everyone like talks about. But like how much are you guys aware of like the other nutrition in Vite, right? And the thing is, if I had to guess, most people just like don't know that much about the rest of the nutrition because it's just not something that people like I guess think about or really care about that much. So I do find it interesting. Look, whiteboard. I snort nutrient powder every morning. Yeah, so I'll just leave that off to the side for now. We'll we'll use it when it comes time. I also need to find an expo marker apparently. Oh, here's one. Nice. Okay. I wonder. If I am. Okay, so the email. Ah, man, I just threw the bag away. That's fine. I'll probably just go ahead and just use the same. Let me just pull a frame from that original video. Um. Hmm. Mm, do I care about Facebook? No, not really. Okay, I should do it for that. I can't get chat to work well. Like, you can see how far chat. You can see how far behind chat is, right? Like, I don't know why. It just doesn't want to work. Something I will have to figure out sometime else. I figure these co-working streams are going to be like a decent time to work on it, but like I have some other stuff I need to do. If anyone has any questions or like if anyone has questions or anything like that, just let me know. actually just go ahead and set this up as a thing. Oh, oh my goodness, I am not good with the. Why is it upside down? Oh God, it's in Australia. Oh, that's kind of scuffed. Um, what is the best knife for peeling potatoes? A peeler. They're really cheap. You know, something like this. Something like this is the best. Super fast. Can't really cut yourself with one of these. But if you like really have to, if you really have to peel a potato, then with a knife for some reason, because you don't have a peeler, paring knife, small paring knife, hold it like this, turn it. So, guess I'm blocking that one, right? Yeah. So, paring knife. Um, technically, technically paring. So, oh yeah, email, right? So, ah, ah. Can I guys hear that? Can you hear it when I crack my neck? I feel like I need to create a new lot. But That's something I will learn how to do. I've not done that before. I'll make it brighter. Ta-da. I don't understand, like, the chat just moved randomly and no additional chat or something has happened. So I'm just like, what? Can you guys hear that jet engine? That's my laptop. It is very, very loud. My fingers are so dry, my touchpad is not working. Oh my god. Fun fact, chat. My hands are so calloused from cooking and otherwise, you know, not touching or like being dry or and having calluses so that I can touch hot things and have chef hands and stuff. Touchpads and touchscreens don't work that well for me. A lot of times I have to change the sensitivity to max, and even then, a lot of the times it just will not register. And I need to like moisten my hands and like whatever to make it work. It's kind of annoying. That is what you get though. Hey chat, what should I do for if anyone is currently actively listening? What should I do for the cooking stream tomorrow? Because I want to start doing some of that cookbook stuff. Scallops. Of course you want scallops. Scallops and bread. Maybe I will. Scallops are fairly simple. 416. Today's the 15th, right? My stream doing all right? Is it stuttery at all? Oh, really? Okay, that's good. Oh, just got some deja vu. It's like I've been through today before. Hmm. I don't think though. I don't think I have though. Kind of weird, right? Oh. Okay. Good catch there. Let me. Thank you. We will look into that right now. Hmm. Okay, it looks like it's once you yeah, it looks like it just looks like that, and then once you select a box, it will change. Oh yeah, okay. So it does. Yeah, okay. So it looks like so yeah, Cypress. It looks like once you add it, then the price pops in. It's a quirk on how the app works, I guess. We have to use a lot of third-party apps that like aren't really like they have a lot of weird things going on, and unfortunately we kind of have to just deal with it. Okay. Yeah. Let's keep a. Okay. Ah, ah. Ooh, cracking my back. Cool. So got that done. What am I doing next? Whew, all right. It's time to. Let me get one of them knives. Yeah, you can. Let's go to viramen.com and you can buy one of the knives yourselves. Since I'm standing anyway, let me readjust the camera a little bit. Crop out. That should be good, right? Oh, lopsided. Oh. This is a little more annoying than it looks. Try and get this working. Ah, that should be all right. Let's check. Wow, nearly tripped and died over there. Nice. All right, let's see. I'm standing out of just the lights a little bit too. Oh shit! Ah, motherfucker. That should be fine. Good enough. Yeah, cool. So yeah, if you do want those knives, then you can very easily go ahead and get them at biteramen.com. Meanwhile, let's start doing some whiteboard shit. Yeah. I don't know. Should I make lunch first? Should I just work out? Maybe if maybe since like I'm standing up anyway, might as well grab the bars and do a quick workout. Yeah, what do you think, chat? I'm gonna grab the bars. Fuck it. Kitchen workouts. Got my pink workout bars that someone was gonna throw away, and I was like, oh, I'll take those. Why not? Right? So, of course, you can't see them, so I'll just be like dipping in and out of frame, which I think is funny. All right. It's kind of like, why not? Where'd my pen go? I swear I had it. I literally brought it here. Chat, do you remember where I put my expo marker? Anyone? I showed it to you guys. Shit. Did I leave it over here? Is that what I did? There's a possibility I just left it over here. Oh, there's one in here. Does this work though? Oh, cool, it works. Nice. Oh my god, it's literally right here. It was just camouflaged. I'm blind. All right. So, I'll grab those two. I'm off grabbing stuff. So, I think I talk. I know I'm in the other room right now, but I know I talk about things like efficient workouts and exercise and stuff. So, I figured I may as well actually do one on stream, right? Show you guys. Oh shit. How that all works. So this is something I'll just do at my desk too. I will literally, so that's why I have these dip bars. I leave them in my closet and then I'll just pull them out. It's real simple. Now, I don't think this works for most people, but I usually don't really warm up that much. Like, my warm up will literally consist of like, right now I'm not dipping. Right now my feet are actually planted on the ground and I'm just like warming up my shoulders and my joints, you know, doing the motion. This is usually plenty good for warm up. You can probably hear my joints cracking. Kind of just control it on the way down. And while I do this, we can talk about V3.1 and what that is. So V3.1 is going to be our new upgrade from the. So let me go back. We actually have this thing called patch notes. Basically, our ramen's always improving, and every time we do any kind of improvement, I was going to do something. Oh, right. So basically, yeah. Every time we do an improvement to our ramen, we will do patch notes. That's because if you're anything like me, I really don't like it too much when companies will just like update recipes and completely change things around and never say that they did. But everyone who can, everyone who is eating it all the time can easily tell. So we also followed kind of like how Soylent did things at the very beginning, where they were doing a lot of patch notes and a lot of upgrades in order to figure out what the best version was. So we've gone from 1.0 to 1.1 to 1.1.1 and then 1.2 and then to 3.0. And now we're going to be going to 3.1. 3.1 is going to be very interesting because even though it is denoted as 3.1, it is going to be it is going to be interesting. I would say that it's some of the flavors are getting massive changes, but for the better. Like not like massive in the same in like their flavor profile is completely different, but in just like terms of like overall taste, thickness, mouthfeel, that sort of stuff. The number one change that we are going to be making is in the nutrient base itself. The nutrients are being optimized for flavor as the primary thing, and that means some of the parts that were a lot more off-putting in flavor, such as L-salicyleniomine, which is a compound that people it's kind of like a cilantro gene. It's not like if you have a cilantro gene you can taste this, but it's a gene that you either taste this a lot or you don't, right? And for people who can taste this thing a lot, they really, really hate it. And for people who don't, you can't really tell. So for 3.1, what we did is we swapped out the L-salicyleniomine, which provides a necessary nutrient called selenium, and swapped it out for selenium glycinate instead. And some other minor changes here and there. I believe it's just like we have like a methylated folate. No, we already had that for 3.0, but it's just like the kind of ratios and stuff changed a little bit, not too much. And otherwise, deliver all the nutrition, but also significantly better on flavor. I also worked on the main 3 flavors that we have. So the garlic pork tonkotsu, the roasted soy sauce chicken, as well as the vegan ripe miso. And we actually made it so that they are even better in flavor as well. So, yeah. We have some other changes that we might be doing soon as well. But otherwise, I'm going to keep talking as I start my workout. So my workouts are pretty simple, actually. I think a lot of people would just go like, oh yeah, like you must work out like a lot. And I'm like, no. So usually like once a week, if that. There's a lot of days where I skip. At one point I did actually post the direct link to like my workout log, and I can probably post that again, but it's literally as simple as this. I'm going to do 3 to 4 sets of dips, or otherwise a compound push movement until, with pretty much every set going 90% to failure, and then the last set must go to failure. That's it. And then if I want to supplement, if there's like a part that I feel like is lagging behind, or I want to target, then I'll add an accessory exercise for that. So for instance, today I'm going to do some overhead press just to help my shoulders out, both from like a workout perspective and like a strength and health perspective, just, you know. So, yeah. Here, let's go. Oh yeah, and also Cyphers, thanks for following. So, here we go. This is gonna be dips, nice and simple. You wanna go deep? You wanna get stretch at the bottom? Oh, that's a little close. You wanna go deep, you wanna go get that stretch at the bottom, and you want to control the downwards. Controlling the downwards eccentric movement before the push is actually more important than even the upwards movement. Upwards movement can be more explosive. Downward movement, like this, should be slow and controlled. All the way down, you feel the stretch, and then push. 3, 4, 5. Jeez. Yeah, just 10 like that. Usually we'll rest like 20 minutes or so. Not 20 minutes, about 2 minutes or so before the next set. 2 to 5 minutes, depending on if I get distracted. Realistically, the thing that really matters is just how close you are to failure. That's about it. So even if you rest even if your rest is consistent between like 2 to 5 minutes or whatever, but you are like pushing towards failure, it still works. Like people overcomplicate things, right? Oh, jeez. Okay. Doo-doo-doo. What, Maggie? Cat's here. One of the big things I'm doing with 3.12 is actually trying to figure out exactly what we want our messaging to be like. I think right now we're still too features based, and I do want to, and just like the way we communicate our stuff is a little too hard to grasp. I think that's why everyone tends towards the protein aspect of things, because it's easy to figure out, easy to know, but I think there's a lot of additional things that we can do to make it more accessible and make so people understand how it's going to be benefiting them a lot more. I think that's one of the important things. What do you want, Maggie? Meow. 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 All right, and set 2. You want kitty curls? You want to work out? Yeah? Come here. Look. It's Maggie. All right, we're going to do some kitty curls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah? Mwah. Hi. Meowing is for attention, right? Here's attention. Here's attention. Oh my God. Oh, you're so shitty. Yeah? Okay, I'll let you down. There you go. Hi, Tim. How you hanging in there? Saw your Facebook with the tariffs and such. Hey, Slayer Titus. I am hanging in there. I am doing what I can. I'm doing these kind of streams as well. Doing more streams, doing more content in general. Seems to be something that people want to see. So, yeah, doing that. And then we've come up with all kinds of like ways and things. Don't worry, I'm trying to get my sleep. I'm trying to get my nutrition. That's one of the reasons why I haven't died yet. She's very talkative, yeah. All right. Hey, Yukina. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. 5, 6, 7, 8. Fuck, okay. 9. See? Pretty simple, right? For all of you who just stopped in, I decided I'm gonna hit a workout real quick and show you guys just how simple it can be. I think most people are like, yeah, you gotta go to the gym, you gotta do, this and that, and I'm just gonna go ahead and do my workout right here in front of everyone, and I can still work meanwhile, right? I've been talking about v3.1 with the changes that we're gonna be doing there, and generally speaking, just how I'm gonna be doing everything. So so 10, 9. So yeah, just a compound exercise. So for anyone who's wondering, I do have the bars underneath. That's what. Yeah, just as simple as compound exercises, 3 to 4 sets, mostly towards failure. That's it. Like, if you just do that, then you're, if you just do that and get your nutrition, you're pretty good to go. You consistently do that once a week towards failure. If you're getting your nutrition, you're gonna be doing pretty well. So, yeah, like I was looking at my log, and actually, I think the last time I worked out was actually a week ago. So, yeah, doesn't have to be every day. Doesn't have to be all that much. And yeah, but even in between that, we can talk about 3.1. Let me not step on this peeler. Probably also cook lunch in front of you guys. Kitchen's becoming just like a place where I do everything. Yeah, so one of the concepts that I really want to be talking more about is nutrients. TM. Right. Like, I think one of the things that, like I've been saying, one of the things that a lot of people just don't know about Viteram very well, that we have seen a big issue with, and this is like kind of a personal thing as well. It's just like we spend so much time getting all that nutrition in, and people don't know that the nutrition exists. They feel better afterwards. You know, there's more. They get the nutrients, they get the fiber. They don't fight wars in the bathroom. Girl Tim was talking about that as well, but most people like don't really realize that it's not just like, oh, we have some vitamins and minerals. No, it's like every single one that we know about. It's in there. It's in our nutrients. So it's not just, you know, it's not just one of those things that's just like, oh yeah, like some. No, it's literally every single one. And one of the things I'm going to be doing, and I'm working on, is recipes that, like real life recipes that would contain every single nutrient, just to show how difficult that actually would be. Well, time for the next set. The answer to that is really hard. I think every single recipe has like 25 ingredients. It's just so hard to get every single nutrient. Of course, do you need like 100% of every nutrient every single day? Absolutely. Like, you know, 100% DV? No, you'll be fine, right? Your body's really resilient. That being said, if you're deficient in things, you don't know what, you don't really know how or anything. For me, it makes it easy. I don't need to think about it. That's why we have Vite Ramen. That's why we have, you know, Nano Boost, things like that. All right, 3, 2, 1. Controlled on the eccentric, stretch at the bottom, up. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, jeez. Oh, I think I'm gonna do one more there, and then I think my 4th set's gonna be. I didn't eat anything yet, so my glycogen stores are not like. Oh, was it 6 or 7? I don't even know. Oh, I think it was 7. Whatever. I really wanted to consider buying a product because I just don't eat that much ramen. Do you have any basic flavors? Yeah, if you don't, yeah, garlic pork tonkotsu. That's the most popular. We have a soy sauce chicken as well. Our main three are pretty accessible in that way. I'd say if you don't like spices, garlic pork tonkotsu, definitely gonna be your jam. If you really like just rich, thick, and meaty, and you want super high protein, the Pro Plus line is all protein and doesn't have as many nutrients, so it's not nutritionally complete like the regular Vite Ramen line. Yeah, so garlic pork tonkotsu or the shoyu tonkotsu of the Pro Plus line, that's what I would go with. Those two are pretty good. If you like lemony, then use the shoyu, but like I think we're out of that right now. So, yeah, that would be my recommendations. Yeah, I would definitely go with the Pro Plus line then. That has lower carbs. I think the carb and protein content are basically the same. So, of course, definitely check in with your doctor. I'm not a doctor. I don't know how it affects your particular diabetes and anything like that. So all I can do is make flavor recommendations, not health recommendations in terms of your specific case. Anything I talk about in terms of like what I'm doing for my health and everything is purely for me. And if you take inspiration from it and that sort of stuff, that's, you know, that is going to be your prerogative. Unfortunately, not. And this is also the important thing, right? Like, health advice is not universal. My body is different from yours. What I want is going to be different than you. And so, you know, this workout that I'm doing, which is just like, it's pretty basic. It's pretty basic. But it works for me because it maximizes the amount of time I have. It doesn't take too much effort, all told. I can even still work during it. I don't need to go to the gym for it. It works for me. But if you're a bodybuilder, if you're an athlete and you are looking for the top tier of aesthetics or fitness in some way, this is not going to work, right? But for me, where I have a lot of other things that I want to be doing and care about, this is going to work well. So, said yacht. I have periods of yapping and not yapping. Right now, because I'm like working out, I'm yapping more. And then you're all gonna be my rubber duckies. So I'm gonna be talking directly. I'm just gonna be yapping about the 3.1, figuring out the concepts out loud. I have a ton of notes. I need to like get them down. The nice thing too here is that like, because I'm also recording it and I can like, you know, download it from Stream, sometimes I feel like when I yap, I kind of forget what I yapped about sometimes, and I'm like, ah, shit, did I miss anything? But this, I can just review it, right? So. Honestly, didn't know. 27 vitamins and minerals, which is every single vitamin and mineral your body needs. Selenium, chromium, fucking molybdenum. Do you know? Wait, no, hold on. Those are steel stuff. Shit. Wait, no, that's also like nutrients you need. And then, you know, there's iron, B12, you got it. Vitamin K, right? Hard to get, except for things like kale. Yeah, it's in there. We got that. All right, 3, 2, 1. This is my last set of my compound. So just 4 sets. 3, 4. 6. Oh shit. Okay, I don't think I'd do another one. 7. That's ending. That's what pushing to failure looks like. Whew. Yeah, and you can see I'm not going for the max amount of numbers here. I'm looking to hit, oh geez. I'm not looking like, oh yeah, I can do more numbers than last time. It's like I need to go controlled on the eccentric. I need to get the full stretch at the bottom. It's really about the time under tension. That matters for that stuff. Whew, okay. Wow, so that's it. Technically, I could just end the workout here. Just that simple. And, you know, done in the kitchen, as I'm streaming, talking to you guys, figuring out nutrient stuff. And meanwhile, doesn't have to be hard, guys. Most people are just significantly overcomplicating their workouts. That makes your own life harder. Doesn't really get you as much progress because you're not pushing as hard on singular workouts. I think a lot of people will subconsciously like save a lot of effort because they're just like, okay, this is my first thing, and then I got like 8 exercises, 3, 4 sets of each, line up afterwards. I'm gonna go easy, and then that's when it just like doesn't work as well. But like if you do single compound, you really push into it. A compound exercise like dips hits a lot of stuff at once, right? You gotta tense your core for it. You gotta, it's gonna hit your triceps, even like strengthens wrist in some ways. The other push muscles, your chest. Even with this, like it's gonna help your rotator cuffs. Compound exercises, just closed loop compound exercises are just better for the body in general, in my opinion. And that's gonna be like, instead of like every single workout, every single thing, so like, okay, you're just working one thing, it's like that, yeah, that just does everything at once. That way you can just go, I can just push really hard on this, I can go to failure. Because cool, that's it, you're working out everything at once. Efficiency, right? Quality, not quantity, yep. I'm gonna hit some overhead press though. I'm gonna hit some overheads. Maybe do I want to do lateral raises? I don't know. I think I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm just gonna do overheads. So, similarly, a lot of people also just go too heavy on their things, depending on what they're doing. So, I'm doing overhead press. I think a lot of people, let me kick this off to the side a bit more so I don't hit it. Overhead press primarily targets deltoids. Deltoids are a small muscle. Deltoids do better with volume rather than just like pure strength. I think a lot of people end up with like shoulder impingement and like injuries because they try to go too hard. You don't need to go very hard. Like what was it like? Oh God, some of the bodybuilders from the golden era, like they would just they do as much weight as I do, but just like a lot of it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Once again, the eccentric. Bringing it down is more important. Okay. I'm just gonna hit 8 on that for now. Hey guys, do you remember what I did for the last set of dips? I failure and then my mind blanked out and I kind of don't remember. Was that 9? Was it 7? I don't. Yeah, there's going to be people who are like, oh, you could be doing more or whatever. Yeah, absolutely. 7? Okay, cool. Absolutely, but it's not super efficient. Get diminishing returns as you work out, because remember, here's one of the most important things about working out and building muscle and strength and health. It is not actually the process of working out that will be building your muscle, that will be helping you get fitter. It is actually the rest and the nutrition. This that you're doing here is a stimulus. This is the signal to tell your body to start doing something. This is the signal. Workouts are a signal to your body to start working out, or to start. Bleh. Workouts are a signal to your body to start building muscle, to build muscle, to, I guess heart's a muscle too. Yeah, so working out is just a signal to your body to build muscle. The actual time when it builds muscle is when it's sleeping and when you're resting. That's where a lot of people mess up. Imagine you're trying to build a house, right? Imagine your body is like a house and you're trying to build it. Working out is the plans. It's the architect. It's the project manager, the foreman hitting the bell and going, all right, this is what we're doing today. Let's get to work. When you're resting, that's when your cells, that's when all the little cell workers start going and building the house. If you're not getting your nutrition, you're not getting your protein, then you can't build a house because, let's simplify it. Let's say this is a house made of bricks, because you go, all right, let's start building, and then all the workers go, we don't have enough bricks for the day. And then the foreman goes, well, shit, okay, just do what you can today, I guess, and then they build what they can, and then that's it. That's why it's important that you need to feed enough protein, enough nutrition. And it's just not just protein, right? If you're missing other vitamins and minerals, then that's like, oh, we have all the bricks we need. We don't have enough tools. We don't have enough mortar. We don't have enough we don't have enough water. When you're missing those things, it also slows things down. So that's where nutrition is super important. That honestly, like, for how little I work out overall, I think people would not consider like all the thirst traps and whatever I do. People would be like, "There's no way, right?" But like, number one, lighting and good cameras and stuff. But number two is I prioritize my nutrition over everything. And so I always get enough protein, and I always try to get all my vitamins, minerals, and everything every single day. That's really hard with regular food. That's why Vite Ramen exists. That's why we have things like NanoBoost Vitality, where I can just drink it, and I'll also supplement with multivitamins. Right? I'm not saying only do that. In whatever way that you can, multivitamins. Like fresh food, Vitality, Vite Ramen, whatever it is that you need to give your little cell workers what they need to actually build the house, to do the things, do it. Get it in that way. It's always better to have it than to try and optimize the correct way of doing it. Right? It's like, yeah, you can have the highest quality bricks in the world, but like, it's better that you have bricks at all. All right? I kind of yapped a little long, but whatever. One. You also want to go very much down so you get that stretch on the muscle that you're trying to build. Fucking shit. Ow. Yeah, we're more like a construction company. I think that's, like, by far, out of all the explanations that I've done, every single kind I've tried, building a house with bricks seems to be the one that people understand the most. So, similarly, your body can only build so much in a day, just like workers can only work so much in a day. So often splitting your workouts into different muscles, in different types of muscles, is going to be significantly better for both the intensity of workouts you can do and the recovery from it. So that's why today it's just going to be push workouts, and then another day just pull workouts. Another day, just legs. Ha! Gotcha! I never do legs. Never do leg workouts. I skip leg day. My legs are still 24 inches. 25? They're like 25 or 26 now, actually. Last I checked. I don't need to do squats and stuff. I don't know, my legs just like, they never shrink and they never lose their strength. I can go over there and I can immediately squat 350 and bench, or squat 350 and then deadlift 425. Meanwhile, I have to be working out my chest, my titties, like as often as possible, or they like right away. I don't know why. Yeah. What tits? Wow, rude. That's rude. Okay, just because I'm Asian, I'm trying to build them, okay? Look. Just, I have a debuff because of my genetics. So you can't make fun of me for the titty size. That's I know I don't have the daddy milkers that are getting more and more popular that like jiggle and slosh when you move around, but I'm trying, okay? I'm trying. That's what the tips are for. I'm trying. Jeez. Like, come on. I'm not flat, at least. Like, I'm at least like medium is premium territory, right? Not convincing. You can try to prove me right. Who's on the Vite Ramen account right now? Who's on the Vite Ramen account? Which one of you? I already said I was like done posting thirst traps for a while. Jeez. Can't make my account only about thirst traps. Sign up to my the OnlyFans if you want that. Okay. I don't see a high protein option. So all of them are higher protein, but it would be the Pro Plus. Okay, so that is something that we should probably figure out. So yeah, cellulitis. This is that. Yeah. So definitely whoever's on the Vite Ramen account, Rory, can you just can you go put in website, make sure that Eris knows that we should. I think we should have some kind of like comparison graph or something that basically tells the difference between our different product lines for 3.1. Thanks, cellulitis. That's gonna be helpful. Hey, actually, one sec. When you make the order, let me know, and then I'll instead of you having to like. Actually, cellulitis, have you made the order yet? If not, hey Rory, can you make him a discount? Give him a 15% off. Ugh. Okay. So for this one, I'm not going to go quite as much to failure as the other one, because if you do, you can hurt your joints. So compound exercises, closed loop compound exercises, like pull-ups, push-ups, dips, things like that. Happier to go to failure for this. Not as much. So, oh man. Whew, okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, even if you're debating it, Rory, go ahead and DM him with a code. So if you are going to buy it, whatever, then you have it. So no pressure to actually buy it. That's just little thanks for helping find some things that were a little confusing on the website. We're all trying to improve. We're all trying to find how we can make it easier, more clear. Anything that's confusing, if we can clarify. So, yeah. Whew. Yeah, and now that's it. That's the workout, guys. All right. It probably should have been shorter, but I kept missing my timing windows because I was yapping. So it's whatever. And then just gonna hit a protein shake real quick. I really like these pre-made ones. That's like all I've been drinking lately. If you've heard of like Fairlife and they're like core proteins, this is that but cheaper. You can find them at Costco. Nuri. Nuri sponsored me. I fucking buy pallets of this shit. No, seriously, Nuri's great. Nuri, the product great. I highly recommend it if people want fast protein. Each of those like, I think each of those is only like $1.20. Insane. $1.20, 30 grams of protein. Yeah, good value. Those combined with other things are very much helping my protein intake. So, oh jeez, now I'm all tired. I'll probably cook. Oh shit, it's 3:35. Oh man, I should eat. I should eat something else. Maybe I'll make Vite. Yeah. Maybe let's make. Nah, I'm not. I don't have an appetite right now. I'll wait a little bit before. At least I got the protein in. So, anyway. Whoop. Let me scoot this chair somewhere else so it doesn't get in the way. Let me figuring out V3.1. We're bringing our good friend Whiteboard in. Make some Buddha jjigae. I don't think I have the ingredients for that. Pretty sure I don't. Yeah, that's all. This will do. Move the lighting a little bit. So, here we go. Naked. So, talking about V3.1. V3.1. A lot of what we want to discuss and what we really want to be figuring out with V3.1 is going to be about messaging. I have actually created a customer avatar already. So the big thing about 3.1 is that like I think this is one of those things. This is one of those very common things that happens as you like start a business that has to like keep going all the time. Is one of the things I really miss about when we were first starting is we didn't have to worry about like, you know, just general operations. Like even now I'm like reviewing emails and like making sure that our emails are ready to go, our socials are ready to go for like tomorrow and things like that. But that also means that I don't get to just sit down and just work on something until it's completed. I get to, I'm always just like trying to catch up and, you know, the cliff's always crumbling behind you. One of the things that was really nice when you were just building from scratch, and why a lot of things that built from scratch tend to be a little bit better, is you're not constantly changing things as you're going. That's hard. That is really hard. So V3.1, because it's our first patch notes in quite a while, that is something I want to do. I want to learn out about it, right? Like, because like, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing I find weird. Like, more people know me as the knife guy than the ramen guy, which is like, you know, I get it. I fucking yap around about that a lot, but oh my god, I cannot figure out how to make this comfortable. It was, and then I started working out, and then it started. Maybe I just need to roll it up a little higher. I don't know. Maybe that'll work. Nope, that's also uncomfortable. Actually, it's a little too high. That makes it even more uncomfortable. Ugh. I can roll up chef sleeves real well. I can't figure this one out. Whatever. Hey, Hunter 3000 VTuber, thanks for following. Yeah, so when we're looking at yeah, as a brick sniffer, if that makes you help better. You know, I guess. I guess. I mean, I haven't started a whetstone shop, so like. Anyway, so V3.1 nutrients. Yeah, like even a bunch of people in chat were already like, I had no idea it had that many nutrients, and it's just like, well, yeah, shit, right? Like we've had it. Can you guys see this, by the way? Like, is it? You whatever. I don't think I'd reduce the glare that much. Well, is that glare just coming from that? It might be. I just bring this up a little bit. It might. Can't cut. Oh. Oh shit. Don't fall. Do not fall. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that helped. Yeah, so V3.1 nutrients, that is like the big thing I want to try and figure out. We TM, trademark, all that kind of stuff. But despite that, we haven't been really using it. I don't know why. And it's one of those things like, we came up with this like at the very launch, like 8 years ago, right? We just never really used it that much. Why? Who knows? Sometimes you miss the forest for the trees. And I think, because like right now we're like high protein. I think we will say a lot like high protein. High protein, what, healthy craft ramen, right? Which is like fine. Like that's true. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not false. But I think because high protein is the first thing you see, then that is like the primary thing that everyone thinks about and knows, right? Healthy is good in the way that it provides context, but healthy is very nebulous in and of itself. Why I like the term nutrients is because, like, I'm gonna get rid of this TM, just causing problems in readability, at least for me later. I think one of the things with nutrients is that, like, we can just be like, like nutrient TM. What, nutrient dense ramen? Or rich, nutrient filled. All right, I don't know, what sounds better to you guys? Nutrient rich, nutrient filled? Yeah, and I want to point out, like, here, let me get a little let me get even more nerdy on you guys, right? It's not just, we're not just talking about it has more nutrients than most multivitamins here. We're actually talking about, fuck, this thing is annoying me, man. Like, it's not just, I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that's fine. See, the thing is, it's not just oh, we have more nutrients than, it's like we don't, it's not, my God, sorry. This is, I'm gonna start knocking things over, is, sense is tingling, and I don't want to knock a bunch of things over onto my laptop, so I'm gonna move my laptop real quick before I start gesticulating wildly. Ah, gesticulation, you know. Cool. So, I think one of the things is, yeah, you like nutrient rich. Yeah, I think nutrient rich. Yeah, I think I like that too. Because like rich also just like like rich mouthfeel, rich flavor, rich in flavor, that kind of stuff. I think that all works a little bit better. Nutrient rich ramen. Not only does Vite actually have more nutrients than most multivitamins, but they're actually bioavailable as well. And what does that mean, right? Like, number one, more nutrients than multivitamins. Cool. But they're also just, you can actually absorb them. Like, think about it this way, right? If I gave you, if I gave you, if I gave you a brick, a brick, right? If I gave you a brick and went, hey, chew on this brick, it's gonna give you nutrients, you'd look at me kind of funny, right? Be like, I'm not certain that's gonna give me the nutrients very well. And it's true. Your body will actually absorb some of it, but not very well. That's pretty intuitive, right? Just like if I have, that I have this is steel. You know what's in steel? Iron. If I'm iron deficient, do I just, am I getting my iron? Not really. Not really, right? That's pretty intuitive. don't don't take that weird looking out of context. And so intuitively, we know that if we want to get our nutrients, if we want to get iron, if we want to get iron, if we want to get magnesium, if we want to get any of our minerals, you need to get it from some kind of like food source. We know that intuitively when we're like looking at something like a bar of steel and we're like, okay, you do stuff with that, it's just like, does that help? You're like, maybe, but it definitely won't work as well as like if I eat a bunch of like beef, right? Same with nutrients. Not all vitamins and minerals are made the same. So one of the best examples, and this stuff is expensive. If you have been on TikTok a lot, especially on neurodivergent TikTok, you'll have seen a lot of stuff about magnesium and how magnesium can potentially help neurodivergent individuals. And specifically, they'll talk about a version called magnesium glycinate. Glycinate. And this is good. It is a organic form. That is to say, it is magnesium, a metal that has been turned into a form our bodies can process by binding together with a organic compound. And other forms would be, for instance, gluconate, magnesium gluconate, magnesium glycinate, and there's one more form that I'm forgetting. Whatever, doesn't really matter. But on the flip side, but here's the thing, right? Now, if you look at a lot of multivitamins, what you see instead, because they're trying to make it as cheap as possible, because so long as it shows on the label, and the labels don't actually, nutrition fact labels don't actually show for bioavailability. It doesn't actually like have any of the differences between the different forms. Magnesium oxide is going to be one of the most common versions that you see. Magnesium oxide is pretty simple to explain. magnesium oxide is pretty easy to explain. That's simply when magnesium gets oxygen attached to it. Another form of oxides that you may know about very well is iron oxide. That's a Q. Why did I write a Q? And what is iron oxide? Well, colloquially, iron oxide is rust. It's when iron turns to rust. Rust is iron oxide. And as you can imagine, just licking up rust doesn't really give you it will give you some iron, also maybe tetanus, so like don't do that. Magnesium oxide, also not an organic compound. It is magnesium that's been oxidized. Will it absorb? Yes, but it can often cause a little bit more gastric distress, and it can also just not absorb in your body as well. We use bioavailable and expensive forms. Now, we actually went overboard on that. The reason why we're making 3.1 is because we actually went overboard on trying to make it as nutritionally complete and as like good for you as possible. We used all the most bioavailable forms of every single vitamin and mineral that we can find, to the point where like some of the things we sourced were described as the Cadillac of nutrients, right? Hard to source, expensive, but to us, it was worth it. Because at the end of the day, we're not trying to just fill a label. We're not just looking to go, oh yeah, just so long as it looks good on the label, we're fine, don't worry about it. If people are actually getting the benefits or not, doesn't matter. We're selling the product, let's go, right? That's how most corporations do things, because it's all about the sale. It's all about the sale. It's all about the profit margins. It's not about like what it actually does. I eat this stuff all the time. I want it to work for me just as well as I want it to work for you, right? I'd probably eat it more than you, almost certainly. That means I want everything to work. I want everything to be as good as possible, and that is also why Vite Ramen is more expensive. We get the best ingredients and best things that we can, so your body can actually absorb it, so your body's actually helped out. So when we say there's nutrition in here, you are actually getting that nutrition. You're not just getting magnesium oxide. You are getting magnesium glycinate. You are getting different forms. But the problem is, when we made V3.0, right? So V3.0, if you go look at the patch notes, as I think I might have started in 1.2, I'm not entirely sure. But in V3.0 and 1.2, one of the forms of nutrients that we chose that is the most highly bioavailable is something called, I guess I should just write on that side. That'll be easier for me. So for V3.0, what we had was the most bioavailable nutrients that we could find, but that also included something called L-selethione, which is a form of selenium that is highly bioavailable. It is the most bioavailable form of this nutrient. Not many people know about this nutrient. It is an essential micronutrient. It's just not quite as sexy as some of the other nutrients that you might see around, like vitamin C and all that kind of stuff, which has much larger marketing campaigns behind it. I'm not even joking about the marketing campaigns. The reason why you know about certain vitamins and minerals and not others is because people sold supplements for those and so marketed the hell out of them. We need everything. Selenium is one of them. We put it in the form of L-selethione. Now the problem is, this shit smells like ass. This smells bad. Even to like people who don't have a specific gene that makes them predisposed to not liking this, it doesn't smell great. In the small amounts that go into the ramen in order to make up the percentages that are required for the daily value, it's not too bad. So we used it. What we didn't know, however, was that there's actually people who are hypersensitive to L-selethione. It's kind of like how there are some people who are super, super, super sensitive to cilantro, and other people who aren't. Turns out, there are people who are super, super sensitive to L-selethione, and others who aren't. I'm not one of them. I don't have a very strong adverse reaction to L-salithiniomine, while others do. So we and everyone in our general test vicinity did not react to this as well. But once this started in production, we started sending it out to people. And then people started going, yeah, this suddenly has this flavor and smell that I do not jive with. I do not like that. I open the pack and I immediately want to vomit. And I'm like, ooh, that's concerning. And so what we did is we tested one by one, figured out that, oh, it's actually L-salithiniomine. And so in V3.1, what we're doing is we're choosing another bioavailable version of it, but not quite as bioavailable as L-salithiniomine. Not by much. That's kind of the thing, right? We get the significant diminishing returns. The form that we're choosing is called selenium glycinate. So you can see we have magnesium glycinate, right? This is selenium glycinate. Obviously, it's a glycinate. It's highly bioavailable. It's just not quite as bioavailable as L-salithiniomine. But that's really splitting hairs at that point, right? They're both highly bioavailable, just not as much. But the big difference and big problem here is this makes people want to vomit. Very specific people, but still makes them want to vomit. That means a huge number of people who have this aversion to L-salithiniomine will never like our ramen. If we swap it on the other hand, if we swap it to selenium glycinate, then boom, suddenly all those people go, wow, okay, so this is what people have been talking about the whole time. This doesn't smell and taste like garbage to me anymore. So for a tiny reduction in bioavailability, we are swapping off for a huge, huge flavor trade-off. And the lessons that we've learned between the release of 3.0 and V3.1, we've also applied as well. So the garlic pork tonkotsu for V3.1 is insane. It's really good. And same with all the other flavors that are being improved. So not only do we have the nutrient base that is being improved because of this change from L-salithiniomine to selenium glycinate, but a lot of the broths are being bumped up to the next level as well through various changes, and I'm super excited for everyone to taste that. What's up with you and bricks? I don't know. Like I'm bricked up. Don't clip that. Coworker more like co-eating. I need enrichment while I'm eating. Well, hi. I'm now yapping. Can we get the nutrients from sniffing the bricks? Absolutely not. If the dust goes in your lungs, maybe you'll absorb some of it, but I don't think brick dust is particularly considered healthy. I think generally speaking, we avoid that. So don't do that. Maybe I like ass. You know what? You're right. It's 2025. You can like ass. You Gen Zers, I hear you're all about eating ass, and like it's like a greeting to you guys or something. Just like you're like dogs at the dog park. The first thing you guys do, you got commitment issues. So the first thing you do, you just go up and sniff each other's asses and eat out ass, and that's how you say hi. I don't know. That's what I heard. I'm not Gen Z. I can't say otherwise. I'm 37, by the way. Hi, fellow millennial. Man, I got asked a little while back, like, do you feel like as a millennial, you're like too old to stream, too old to do content creation? I'm like, what do you mean? Some of the most popular content creators are like fucking grannies, right? Like, my mom is streaming. My mom streams and makes shorts on WeChat. So, truthfully, as a person who drinks things such as Huel or Soylent and make sure I can at least get some vitamins in my system, knowing the Viramen is not only jam-packed. Yeah, so, yeah, fun fact, actually. If you, so, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, chat. I'm not. I'm not like other girls. I'm not like other companies. I'm not like other. Yeah. Here's my box of Soylent. I love Soylent. Do it all the time. I like the strawberry ones best. Sometimes I don't have the appetite. Like honestly, today might be one of those days. Originally, I was gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll cook something on stream and I'll just like eat ramen on stream. Today might be one of those days where I'm just like, man, I just do not feel like eating solid food. I don't think I can. I think I would take one bite and go, ooh, yeah, no, I just do not have an appetite right now. Which can happen if I'm like my mind is fixated on other things. I'm yapping. My mind is going a million miles an hour right now. I'm thinking about all the other things that can be, all the other things that and concepts. And having, I think one of the good things is, I think one of the things with live audiences too is that like I can be like, oh shit, what do you guys think of this? Is this like, between nutrient dense, rich, nutrient dense, nutrient rich, nutrient filled, that right there, I would have been like going, man, which one do I pick? And I would have like spent an hour like trying to figure that out. Now I'm just like, nutrient rich, cool, nice, got it, thanks. Right? And like, I don't know, at some point it's just kind of like, when you're typing and thinking things to yourself, like some things like, have you ever like done a project and written things down and you're like, this sounds really good, and then the moment you begin to start telling someone else, you start to go, wait a minute, I mental gymnastics all over the place on this. This is not quite as good as I thought it was. There's certainly some problems that I didn't think about when I was doing it. I think that's why I like doing this stuff. I'm gonna be real honest, this puts some amount of stress on me. I don't, as weird as it sounds, I actually don't like being in front of the camera. I do not like being perceived. But I also know that if I am being perceived, if I do have to put on this mask and act and all this kind of stuff, I'm autistic, so I have to mask. I have to create this persona and this character, and in order to talk and everything, and that's exhausting. That's tiring. That also being said, despite all that, I also know that's going to make me think better. That's going to make sure I don't do mental gymnastics. That means I'm going to be able to really think about all the things in a good way that I would not be able to otherwise. So sometimes I'll set this up and force myself to do these co-working streams just because I'm just like, if I go back and forth with myself about this for another hour, I'm not going to get anywhere. But if I'm just like, hey, nutrient dense, nutrient rich, nutrient filled, which one? Okay, cool, nice, easy. Yeah. So that's kind of why I do those. That's why I kind of do that kind of thing. Yeah. So I talked about these things. One of the big things. So another one of the big things. Trying to include the term nutrients and talk about and like be able to talk about this kind of stuff is going to be something that I want to be doing more with 3.1. But not only that, I do want to talk also about like I want to make the benefits a little bit more, I guess, easily accessible. I think one of the issues also is so Cypherus, you for instance, right? I'm gonna pick on you because you are a fellow nutritionally complete enjoyer, right? Soylent. So actually, I'm gonna pop a Soylent right now personally, right? So Ramen actually came from Soylent. We came from the Soylent community, which is dead now because Soylent's dead. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen with Soylent, but I'm still buying a bunch of them. But I came from the Soylent community. We tell the story about it. The original pitch and how we got our start and so many people to buy in and to otherwise enjoy Vite Ramen and have such a successful Kickstarter was basically the pitch was it's Soylent, but in solid food form and savory. Because the overlap of people who eat a ton of instant ramen and also have a lot of Soylent is actually massive. It solves the same problem, right? Instant ramen it's quick, it's easy, it's to make you full and have and make you full and so you can keep going. Soylent, same thing, but like now you're more nutritionally aware. And that's what Vi ramen is. That was the original pitch. And then we found out that that stopped working as well because kind of, the Soylent community started like having its own issues, and then like, were you part of this? Were you part of the Soylent Civil War when all the factions started splitting off into Huel and Jimmy Joy? Oh man, it was plenty. All the other competitors. Yeah, that was something. And oh god, what was it like? I don't even remember Jimmy Joy's previous name. Like, why would you call a drink like, oh yeah, let me dump some of Jimmy's Joy down my throat? Yeah. Yeah, like so with that fracture and splinter, especially with I think Huel actually had contributed a lot to it because Huel's marketing at the very start, I don't think they do this quite as much anymore. When they started, they were like they did like the D-brand slash like Wendy's sort of thing, where like but like they didn't know how to do it like the best, so they did actually go over the top a lot, where it was just like instead of like clever and witty, it just came off as mean spirited a lot to like the wrong people, and yeah, so and then obviously Soylent had its own fallout with being purchased and bought by venture capital, and then there's the whole like Soylent Square. I miss Soylent Squares, man. Maybe I should make my own. Maybe I should make maybe. That thing that caused allergic reactions nearly killed a couple of people because turns out people are allergic to a certain kind of seaweed or something that they used in there, but it's not a top 8 allergen, so it's just like, and that was difficult. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, where was I going with that? Yeah, TLDR is like that's where Vi came from. That's where Vi came from, and that's why we spend so much time on the nutrition, because nutrition complete is so important to us. That's why we use quinoa, because quinoa provides insoluble fiber and soluble fiber and provides a complete amino acid profile. Right? That was very important to us. In fact, so that is one of the big reasons why we use quinoa. We actually tested a lot of things. I think we have a blog about it, actually. We have a blog about how we tested all the different flours and everything. And the reason why we ended up going with quinoa is because quinoa, actually, interestingly enough, you know how wheat has a gluten matrix, and that's like how it binds together. But turns out quinoa has something similar. It's not quite as powerful as gluten, but quinoa had a kind of structure to it that was not available in a lot of other things. Not only that, but it was high quality, complete proteins, and that was really important to us. We wanted to make sure that everyone was getting complete proteins. In order to fill out the amino acid gap, for those of you who don't know, proteins are made out of amino acids. Amino acids are the building blocks of protein. So it's kind of like it's kind of like how do I say this? Like if you have a rainbow, right? If you got a rainbow, I'll add in the graphic later or something. If you have a rainbow, what builds it up is all the colors, right? So you got 7 colors of rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, indigo. 6? The song I learned was red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. We never had indigo in there, so I guess 6. But like some people say 7 colors of the rainbow is the more common term, and like you add indigo in there, but I don't know anyone who goes, yeah, no, that's indigo or whatever. Or violet. Sometimes someone's like violet and then purple, which are very. Anyway, sorry. Building blocks, amino acids are that. So just like how if you don't have all the colors of the rainbow, let's go with 6. That's just gonna be easier. If you don't have all the colors of the rainbow, you don't have a full rainbow, right? You're missing one. Same with protein. If you want a complete protein, our bodies need complete proteins to build, then you want every amino acid. Plant-based foods, generally speaking, most plants don't have full amino acid profiles. That's because human bodies are not great at breaking down hard plant matter. That's actually what fiber is as well. The cell walls of plants don't get broken down by us. And because of that, we can't get all the protein from plants. Herbivores who can do that usually have, like herbivores who do that usually have some kind of bacteria or something that helps them break it down as well. We don't have that. So from plants, we generally do not get all of our complete proteins. That includes wheat. Now, that's why if we made a complete wheat noodle, number one, it wouldn't have as much protein. Quinoa has more protein and more complete proteins than wheat. It wouldn't have a complete, but yeah, and so if we made it fully out of wheat, we wouldn't have complete proteins. So instead, what we did is we made it with we made a blend of flours with wheat and quinoa, making sure that we have that complete protein. But wait, that's not all. We actually also added L-lysine in there because the protein the amino acid that is missing in wheat the most is L-lysine. So in order to make the proteins even more complete, that's actually in our noodles. We calculated out the amino acid profile, found where we're lacking the most, and we just added that in to make sure that you can get as much of a complete protein as possible, even when it's not having animal products. Obviously, our broths as well are actually made with real beef, real chicken, real pork, and so that will help the amino acid profile. And similarly, soy sauce, we have real soy sauce, we have real miso, and that will also form complete protein bases, but we want everything to be high quality in its nutritional profile. And so we also add L-lysine into our noodles in order to provide that complete amino acid profile so that you can actually get everything your body needs. Those are the kind of like small details that I don't talk very much about, honestly, and where I'm just like, I need to stream more. I need to just fucking yap at people more about this, because like when I'm sitting down and I'm writing about it or whatever, I go like, oh yeah, no one's gonna care, and I just like don't talk about it. So it turns out like when I just yap and talk about these things and get excited about being super nerdy about this kind of stuff, like the nutrition going into noodles, people, are somewhat interested. So yeah. And fun thing with quinoa actually. One of the reasons why actually we also get affected by tariffs on the noodle side a little bit is because we actually get Canadian quinoa. There is a varietal of quinoa from there that is a varietal of Canadian quinoa that is more clear and doesn't have as much of that like sort of nutty quinoa-y flavor. That nutty quinoa-y flavor is more prevalent in Bolivian and Colombian varieties, Peruvian quinoa as well, that sort of stuff. But that's not something we necessarily want in our ramen, because we want it to be more on the neutral side so that it can pair with a lot of different broths. And so, for instance, and also, so when you have something like naked nudes, you can pair it with everything. What? There's a cat over there, by the way. She's yelling at me. I don't know if you guys can hear her. Meh. Hi. Can you hear her? Hi. Yeah, so that's just on the nutrition end, right? And like I said, I don't talk about it. So like for V3.1, what I want to do about the website, what I want to do about marketing, everything is like that. I want to talk about it. I want to be like, hey, this isn't just protein. Yeah, we got protein. We also have all the nutrients, and we have insoluble and soluble fiber, right? We have everything from fiber, also super important. Every single pack of Vite has 7 grams of fiber in it, I believe. And then because like there's enough stuff in even like the vegan ones add an additional gram of fiber. Usually, I think some of them are like down to just I think some of them are 6, but naked nudes even have 6 grams. And a cup of broccoli, like an entire cup of broccoli, is I think 3 to 3.5, depending on which source you're looking at. So Vite ramen has as much fiber as 2 cups of broccoli, like if you're eating 2 full cups of broccoli. Most of you do not eat that many vegetables per meal. 7 grams of fiber, 6 grams of fiber, that's usually pretty hard to get if you're just eating fruit sources. Man, I was looking the other day, I'm like, oh yeah, I should get some more fiber in me.
right? I'm gonna eat this. I'm gonna eat some melon, and then I was like, oh yeah, how much fiber is in like a cantaloupe? And it's like, yeah, that giant cantaloupe right there. You have to eat this whole cantaloupe to get as much fiber as is in Naked Nudes. I think I have one of those around actually. Yeah. So just so everyone's aware. One sec. This has as much fiber as eating this entire melon. And it has all the protein and other stuff. That's why it's kind of hard to get a lot of fiber, even from like fruits and vegetables. You would be surprised by how much liquid is in here. So you can't get fiber that easily. Yeah, it's probably ready to cut soon. It's kind of unripe when I did. Yeah, Olipop has a lot of fiber in it. Olipop has a lot of fiber. I think I do like things like Olipop as well. Personally, my problem with Olipop and that sort of stuff is they have a little too much fiber. Like 9 grams, I think it's like 9 grams, right, in that little can. That causes me personally gastric distress. My microorganisms and stuff get a little too active, and I get super bloated and gassy. So I think those are good, but also be careful about drinking too many of them if you have more sensitive gut like me. So that's why also in like things like Nano Boosts, right? We have fiber in there, but it's like not as much. Keep it at like a manageable level, See, that's comparison. I think people should really know. Yeah, right. 6 grams of fiber in this grape Olipop. Oh, okay. Is it their competitor? There's Olipop and there's Poppy, I think. Poppy and Olipop. There's another one. Maybe it was someone else I was thinking of. I don't know. I tried a bunch of those. I tried to get more fiber, which also fiber, by the way, is fantastic for your body. Everyone should get more fiber. I think most Americans don't even get like 20 grams of fiber in their diet. And also you need both soluble and insoluble fiber. Get both kinds. Like you don't have to think too much about it. Once again, like that's why I made Vite Ramen as well. It has both soluble and insoluble fiber, so you don't need to think too much about it. Basically, Vite Ramen and Naked Nudes is like, here's nutrition. We spend all the time making it really good and sourcing all the high quality stuff, so you don't gotta think about it. So you can just eat it and go, yeah, cool. Got my shit covered. I have my bases covered. I don't need to worry about, trying to perfect my nutrition or anything like that, because like no matter what else I eat, if I ate 1 packet of Vite, I'm doing significantly better than I would otherwise. And that is also the point. That's why we don't put more than like 25% on a lot of stuff. We actually considered like doing something like 50%, but the issue there is then it's like, if you go too high on things, then it begins to be inaccessible for some people, because too much of certain vitamins and minerals can be problematic as well. And so like we keep it at a reasonable level where it's going to be supplemental. It is very good for anchoring your meal times, for anchoring your nutrition, but it's not going to be too much one way or the other either. So. How can you tell if it's insoluble or not on the nutrition label? Some labels will say it. Some labels will say it. I believe we actually used to add soluble and insoluble, the soluble and insoluble fiber numbers to our nutrition label. This is a voluntary thing, so some labels will have it. We don't anymore for one simple reason. We are actually basically out of room on our nutrition facts page. And so if we also used to like for instance, you can also put like mono and polyunsaturated mono polyunsaturated fats, things like that. We have so many nutrients that and everything else is just like, oh my god, to fit with FDA standards. FDA, so when you're putting on nutrition facts on the back of a thing, right, you have to have certain font sizes and certain font sizes and legibility for it to be legal. And so we actually had to cut some of that because otherwise it would just not be compliant. Fun little story. Yeah. Will we be able to get NanoBoost again? We are looking into it. Like I personally really want to get NanoBoost going again. Maybe we'll do pre-orders to be able to fund it. But like that is kind of one of the difficult things is that it is a higher inventory cost. It is something that is not part of like our normal supply chain in a lot of ways. So maybe we'll do like pre-orders for it. That would allow us to fund it pretty easily. But it's hard to like at this point in time. The reason why it like kind of stopped was because like the sales velocity wasn't high enough to keep a lot of it in stock and in inventory when we had a bunch of other stuff and other ramen that we had to do. So I am thinking about, hey, every time we're do NanoBoost being one of those things like, hey, every time we do NanoBoost, it's like, hey, once we hit a certain number of orders, then that we can hit a batch, then we're going, then we can get going on it. Otherwise, it's just like once people have committed to enough and we can buy that batch for the minimum order quantity, it's good to go. Another thing is that like these tins are really nice, but they're very expensive and they have long lead times and stuff. In order to get people to have just the product, we are considering, especially considering the tariffs and everything, we are considering doing just bags instead or single stick servings, which may be more accessible and not be as difficult to like make and distribute. Because these tins, these really nicely printed tins, as nice as they are, this is actually one of the largest blockers in making this. So we are considering just, all right, it was nice. We're just gonna do a bag, you know? Yeah, and that might be something that we're trying to do with like 3.1 as well. That's something we're considering. We're looking at. As I'm sure everyone who's here is probably aware, the tariff situation is just getting worse and worse. I think they just jumped to what 245%. So right now, what we're doing with the tariff donations and things like that is number one, buying packaging at these ludicrous prices. So that's expensive. That sucks. And then I think we sent an email about it today. Yesterday? I think we sent an email about it yesterday about how we're buying some of the ingredients that we need and we're pivoting and we're shifting. And it sucks, but it contributes to us not having to raise prices. The other things that we are exploring is other things like, you know, being able to do NanoBoost and other you know, like factors and other things that we have done before that can be, I guess, that can hedge and kind of make up for some of the stuff that we can't do right now. So yeah, it's an ongoing process. It's an ongoing process. Yeah, tin is nice and stuff. People can keep and collect. Yeah. Like right now, I don't even know if we can get the tin. So it's just like we can get plastic tubs. It's not as nice, but we can definitely get plastic tubs. I think we can get some. There are some like American tin manufacturers and stuff as well that we have looked into and tried. Just it's very expensive. It's even more. Once again, it's more expensive than even if we paid at 245% tariff rate. So, yeah. So we might, but that's for like this kind of printed tin, and so there is the possibility of, for instance, just having stickered tin instead. You know, there's a lot of different things that we're trying with it. So. In terms of, but yeah, in terms of going back on like 3.1 and Going back on 3.1 and say like let's look at some of this stuff. Yeah, so here's an interesting question for you guys. If I bring out ramen, do you automatically assume that it's tasting good? That like you bring out ramen and you'll assume the ramen tastes good. Like that's a default assumption? For me it is, but apparently that's actually not true for a lot of people. What I mean by that is, turns out if we don't use the words delicious ramen or crave-worthy or umami rich or things like that, a lot of people go, well, how's it taste? Does it taste good? I'm like, what? We're making a food product, right? Like isn't that the default assumption? What? I need to tell you? I need to put the word delicious in front of it? Huh? But apparently that's a thing. So, so when we've been using high protein, healthy craft ramen, right? Which I understand. I also understand with like healthy foods there is like kind of a stigma also on what healthy foods taste like. But like turns out like for 3.1, maybe what we need to describe is what we need is delicious, nutrient rich ramen. Yeah. Right? And I think this, because like as much as I know like protein sells, this technically puts us in a different category in which we don't have to like compete against like other protein searches. So I think there's definitely a benefit to be had in just going with delicious nutrient-rich ramen instead of high protein delicious nutrient-rich ramen. Delicious and nutrient rich, boom, like that's the two things, and then protein's a nutrient. So I think once we add, I think that focuses kind of the value and what we've worked so hard on, because the things that we worked hard on isn't just the protein, right? That's definitely one of it. That's definitely part of it, but it's not the only thing. Fun fact, actually, one of the taglines we used at the very beginning was delicious, nutritious, fast. I don't like it as a tagline because I think it's too simplistic, but it gets the job done, right? It's not very unique. I think one of the biggest problems with delicious, nutritious, fast is it certainly tells you everything that you need to know. But it is a phrase or tagline that can be applied to so many different things that I think that's why it doesn't work so well as a tagline. It's too generic. I've seen at least like 5 other companies use something similar. So, yeah. Yeah, it's funny how a single word can change a lot. That's true. It is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. That's why it's just like delicious, nutrient-rich ramen. That's also simple, but only we can say that, right? When creating ad copy, when creating marketing, right? Dude, my notes are all over the place. There, I'll put it over here. When creating taglines, when creating things, when writing things for marketing, you want to follow 3 rules. 1, is it visual? Or sorry, let me a better way to put it is, can you visualize it? Number 2 is, Is it falsifiable? I actually don't like that phrase. That's how I learned it, but I think a better way to put this, which is like, funnily enough, marketers sometimes suck at marketing their own phrases, but I think this one is better done as, is it objectively true? And 3, can only you say this? So, for marketing copy, these are like 3 golden rules. Now, the thing with master copywriters is that if you know the rules, you also know how to break them correctly, right? But for most people, can you visualize it? Is it objectively true? Can only you say this? These are going to be the top 3 things for marketing. This applies to VTubers too, by the way. If you're a VTuber and you've been having trouble with your marketing and that kind of stuff, this is important for you. You should learn this too. So we're going to have a bit of a marketing lesson here too as well. So, oh shit, thanks for the raid, Odo Bear. So, can you visualize it? Delicious, nutrient-rich ramen. Yeah, you can visualize that. Bowl of ramen. Is it objectively true? Absolutely. It's delicious. It's nutrient-rich. It sure is ramen. Can only you say this? Absolutely, because we are the only ones who can say it's nutrient-rich. Boom. We hit all 3. Nice, right? Now let's compare that against delicious, nutritious, fast. Can you visualize it? If I don't give you any other, if I only say delicious, nutritious, fast, right? You don't know what it's talking about. You don't know if it's ramen. You don't know anything else. Can you visualize it? No. What the fuck is it? Is it a burger? Is it a pizza? Is it ramen? You have no idea. You have no idea what this actually is. Now, is it objectively true? Delicious, nutritious, fast. Yeah, it's that part. Can only you say it? Delicious, nutritious, fast. Like I said, like 5 other companies are at least using something similar. No, plenty of people can say it, right? For certain definitions of nutritious, you can say McDonald's can do this, right? Their double quarter pounder with cheese, damn, that shit's got like 50 grams of protein in it. That's a lot of nutrition. If you define nutrition as calories, because we all need calories to live, yeah, that's certainly nutritious. So it does not fit these 3. Delicious, nutrient-rich ramen. Boom, that hits all 3, right? So if you have a tagline, you want something, you want to hit these 3 things because it's easier. It's something, we will always remember something better that we can visualize compared to something that we can't visualize. Now, where you have marketing that breaks these rules but still works really well would be Nike, I think is a good example. Just do it. Just do it. Can you visualize it? Absolutely not. Is it objectively true? What do you mean? Just do it is not, what do you mean? Can only you say it? Can only you say just do it? Right? It doesn't follow any of these 3 rules, and yet it is one of the most famous slogans and taglines, and arguably one of the most successful as well. Why does it work then if it doesn't fit these 3 rules? Because it fits them in a kind of different way, in an abstract way that works specifically for Nike's brand, and specifically the type of brand presence that they want to convey to their audience. This matters a lot more for things like retail, when you walk into a store and you need to remember a brand. For us, where we're online, you don't walk into a grocery store, you don't walk into a shoe store and see a ton of different brands and you have to select between the brands. That's different, when you have different kinds of advertising for different kinds of products, media, and different kinds of buyers, you need to modify it. So can you visualize it? The reason why Just Do It works for Nike is because Nike Just Do It becomes a very personal thing on how you can visualize it, especially with the kind of ads that they run. Usually, because they have the money for market saturation, they are able to create that visual of just do it with your specific thing in mind. They always show so many different kinds of stuff being done. Now, is it objectively true? Now if you think about it in that way, then you go, yeah, it is objectively true. It is objectively true for someone to tell you to just do that thing that you're doing. Now it's putting you in that character, you as the protagonist of that story, and Nike being the one to guide you and help you do that thing. Can only you say this because of that giant budget, because of how they are able to do market saturation with brand awareness marketing. That does actually become something that only they can say. So in a lot of ways, looking at how a big brand markets compared to a small one, especially when we're considering something like walking into a shoe store, these three actually kind of work for Just Do It. But that's where that is the difference of thought and how these words work in the grand scheme of a marketing campaign. That's why it's just like, just do it. That's 3 words, right? How much money did you spend to get those 3 words? But it's the important thing, and the reason why the people who see it aren't marketers and aren't good marketers are because they're not seeing the context in which it's used. They're not seeing how that one piece brings and elevates the rest of everything up. So. One sec. Oh shit. Yeah, and then Carl Obley, thanks for following. So that's why when we're looking at that, that's why when we're looking at everything, delicious, nutrient-rich ramen is kind of the tagline and phrase I want to be going for, because I do want to be pushing. I kind of want to step away from the protein thing, right? And then that's where we can actually go, hey, do you want maximum protein? Pro plus line. That's where we go for maximum protein. That's where we go. That's where I don't have to go, oh yeah, nutrients and fiber and all that kind of stuff. We just talk about the protein. That's just like, do you want protein? Do you want a lot of protein? 42 grams of protein! No one else can say that, right? Like, I haven't thought of exactly the tagline and stuff for that particular line yet, but like, that's 42 grams of protein. No one can do that. No one else can say it. It is a literal skill issue. So, right, that one we just focus on the protein. That one we can focus on. You want to get strong. You want to protein. Whereas this one, versus now with our current Vite Ramen line, it's a high protein, absolutely, compared to regular ramen and compared to, I mean, even other high protein ramens out there, honestly. But the hard thing about it isn't just the protein, it's everything else. And protein should be included as a nutrient along with everything else. So maybe not. So I think it's one of those things where new customer acquisition and getting more customers might actually be easier if we do focus on the protein. we could probably actually be getting more customers quicker if we just talked about the protein. True, also all very true, but protein is one of the nutrients in everything else. So, more protein than a gazelle. I don't know about that one. Gazelles have a lot of protein. They're pretty big. Now, one of the interesting thing, one of the concepts I really liked is that I was thinking about is nutritional safety net. That's another concept that I want to talk about. Like that, because Cypheros, right? Cypheros. You're yeah, because you're like, to make sure I can get at least some vitamins in your system. We all have days, like everyone has the days, right, where they're just like, I'm not eating as well as I should be. I don't feel very good because I haven't been getting my nutrients and stuff. Vite Ramen serves like one of the greatest use cases for Vite Ramen that I have seen is that it is shelf stable. This sounds weird, right? Oh man, one of the things about Vite Ramen is that it doesn't spoil easily, right? Like it lasts for a very long time. But that also means it is always there for you. It's not like the vegetables that you buy where it just disintegrates in the fridge after a week and you're like, well, shit, I got busy. I had good intentions, but like, you know, now they're all wilted. That sucks. Vite Ramen is a nutritional safety net. Vite Ramen, how did I spell nutritional there? What the hell? Whatever, we're keeping it there. Vite Ramen is a nutritional safety net, and what that means is that you are able to have nutrition whenever you need. When it's time for you to, when you don't feel good, when you know you should have been eating better, when you want to get DoorDash instead, but you're like, oh man, I have not eaten a single healthy thing. I've been snacking off of like Twinkies all day, right? Nutritional safety net. Boom. You eat Vite Ramen, you're like, there we go, anchored. There's my safety net. And that's how I use it a lot. That's how I know a lot of people use Vite Ramen a lot. And that's also something that we don't really necessarily talk about, right? Like, what's the use case, right? What's the use case? Nutritional safety net. That's for me notes later. Yeah, so I think that kind of stuff is really, I think that kind of stuff, because nutrial, is that nutrion? No, it's not nutrial, it's nutrional. Nutrional. Nutritional safety net is what grabs you immediately. Yeah, I'm gonna try running some ads and doing some stuff with that. One of the things I was thinking about in terms of filming an ad is like, what if we throw me off of something? We have a safety net just made out of Vite Ramen. Yeah. throw me off a ladder and we catch me with a net made of Vite. Yeah? Figure out how to do that. Yeah. We'll probably have a net like underneath and then we'll like actually like sew or weave the Vite Ramen packets into it and that'll be my cushion. Big do not try this at home. Yeah? You know what? I'm scheduling some new like film shoots soon. So I think we'll figure out how to do that then. I think that's a pretty fun idea that most people, and like doesn't involve me putting on another cat outfit and taking off my shirt and shit. which like has a lot more prep work than you would think. So, yeah, nutritional safety and like, especially I think for those kind of dumb commercials, especially most people are like, oh yeah, like you're gonna get a stunt person to do it. I'm like, no, we're throwing the actual CEO into a fucking net. Oh, I hope he survives. Good luck. Right? Hey, the cat video with the big knife or sword is what drew me in. Yeah. Hey, thanks for following Imperial Pheasant, Imperial Pheasant, not peasant. Your bird, not a. Okay. Yeah. We like honestly one of the things I think is we have been making a lot of videos for our partners, and with V3.1, I do want to get back to kind of like making stuff for ourselves, right? I haven't made like I don't think I've made like a super dedicated just Vite Ramen video since the sword one. So yeah, definitely need to do that. Definitely need to do that. He is not the first, nor he will be the last. Yeah. Imagine if your name was like Imperial Pheasant Peasant. And then like people just constantly like, is it peasant pheasant or pheasant peasant? Who knows? Yeah. So nutritional safety net, that's another big thing I want to be doing for 3.1. And I think we will be doing that heavily within the kind of advertising. One of the big things as well is talking about our story. I think not a lot of people, because like, for instance, even when I was talking about the Soylent story and stuff, right? Like, not a lot of people really know that much about that or how all that worked. And when I told the story about how like the reason why we're so into esports and that sort of stuff, I think not a lot of people knew about that either. Like, why are we so into esports? Why do we do so much in that direction? It's not just like, oh, haha, gamers. It's because that's what started Might Ramen in the first place. And that story produced 2 CEOs, not just one. So that I think stories like that, I'm trying to. One of the things I have been working on is my storytelling ability. One of the things I used to like to say is I'm a good writer, I'm a terrible storyteller, and that's because due to my autistic ADHD tendencies, I ramble on a lot. I try to provide too much context in which people get really bored. It's just like, what is the point? And I go off on a lot of tangents. Going on tangents isn't necessarily a bad thing and having the context, but you have to make sure that it is relevant to what your final point is, and not in just providing context, but it must flesh out the final thing. And in the traditional Western storytelling thing, right? We're not talking about like how slice of life potentially works. Is you have to have a problem, an intention to overcome the problem, a consequence if you fail, and then that's what gets people to want to read towards the end. And that is the simplest thing, right? That is that kind of 3-act structure, that kind of storytelling thing. That's the very first thing you learn when you take creative writing classes and stuff. And the thing is, often you just need to go back to basics. Even 3.1, talking about nutrients, right? Talking about like this kind of stuff. This is going back to basics. This is what we talked about at the very beginning when we first started Vite Ramen. And then as you do more and more and more, you kind of just forget. There's so much other stuff going on that you forget your core, and you change this and you change that, and then kind of the messaging gets lost. And same with storytelling, right? Like I've been writing, and I've been writing for so many years. I used to want to be a writer, right? I have so many stories and universes and worlds in my head, and I've written thousands and thousands of pages. But through all that, I forgot the basics of storytelling. I forgot the basics of 3-act structure. I forgot the basics of, hey, if you don't have a problem and solution and that kind of format, you're going to lose the reader. Like, why would they care? And I happily have been able to prove that my storytelling ability has started to get better, because even in my editing, I'll have people comment, wow, your storytelling is really good in this. And I didn't used to get that. Like, my stories didn't used to meander a lot. I did actually one of the things that is very, very common with writers who have too much experience. You try to imply everything through subtext. You go, oh man, I don't want to seem like an amateur writer, so I'm not going to use narrative devices. I'm not going to have characters explicitly say things. I'm not going to explicitly say what the thing is that you should be taking from the story. You should just figure that out. I think that's a luxury you only get when you get popular enough that you have people specifically breaking that down and explaining it to other people for you. Otherwise, it is going to be your prerogative to make your story clear. And even for anyone who goes, oh yeah, that's because a function of media literacy and all that kind of stuff, I don't think that's true. I actually don't think that's true. I don't believe in that whole, oh, TikTok brain rot, everyone just like does, short form, all that kind of stuff. People still fall into hyperfixation. People will still read a lot for the things that they care about. It's just you sucked at making them care about it. How we make someone care about the things that we're doing now is different than how we used to make them care about things. That is the thing that has changed. That is the thing that you need to, as a storyteller, as a marketer, as anyone trying to get any amount of attention on something that you're doing, even if you're in the science field and even if you're in the sciences and you're applying for grants, you should learn storytelling, because how to make someone care about the thing that you are doing is one of the most powerful things that you can do. One of the most powerful things you can learn for any part of your life. So it's one of the things I'm learning, one of the things I'm trying to get better at the skill. And it's weird. I will say it's weird, right? It's weird when you like write something that is very much from your heart, and then you have to go back and edit it and go, well, how do I rearrange this so that it follows this particular structure? And that can feel kind of weird sometimes, but it's necessary. At the end of the day, I'm going to relate this back to Vite Ramen, right? At the end of the day, does it matter if we have all the nutrition in the world in Vite if no one eats it? Nutrition needs to go in the body before anyone eats it, right? Before anyone can get it. So that's where it's just like L-salathionium and selenium glycinate. The reason we're changing to a slightly less bioavailable one, but it's still very good, is because if they hate this so much that they're not even eating it, they're not going to even see the difference between these two because they're not eating it. They don't get any of it. So similarly in storytelling and anything else surrounding it, if you can't get people to care, if you can't get people's attention to begin with, then the rest of it isn't worth anything because it's never seen, right? So that is a skill in and of itself, in my opinion, and one of the things I am working on for 3.1. I'm developing the skill of like, how do I explain all of these things? This gets complex. There's so many things we do and so many things we talk about, and a lot of people will go, oh yeah, no, like I've been with Vite all this time, and there's still going to be things they learn that we do that I just never talked about because we do so much. The amount of stuff that we do and the attention to detail that I have with various things I have come to learn is not normal. Weird thing, by the way. I used to think that everyone had this kind of attention to detail. Like people are like, oh yeah, this is attention to detail. I know now, I know now that this is what's considered attention to detail. But it used to just be weird to me. I'd be like, why didn't you consider this thing? Like this is right here. Like, shouldn't we think about that? And people would go, what do you mean? So now when people are like, oh yeah, you have a lot of attention to detail, I'm just like, I don't think I have a great attention to detail for a lot of these things. I think I just don't ignore the things that are right in front of me, right? Apparently that's a lot of people will. Because I truly don't believe, I truly don't believe that like these things are things that people like genuinely don't see. I think it's one of those things that we go, oh man, this is a lot to deal with. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to see it because that would mean additional work, things that I have to consider and things like that. But I'm just like, no, we need to. This matters. So. Yeah, funny when you discover what's normal, intuitive for you isn't for everyone else. Yeah, I mean that is also just part of the ADHD autistic experience, right? I'm still learning things to this day about things that I considered normal and I thought everyone else did, but was not. Things like why, just things like, yeah, if I say it's raining cats and dogs out there, what's the first thing you think of? The moralistic experience will be like, oh yeah, it's raining really hard. And like, they don't need the step in between of, I first thought about literal cats and dogs falling from the sky and then had to translate that in my mind, understanding, no, they actually mean it's raining really hard. So, this is a common one. This is a very common one. Is when and this is something I'm personally still working out. When someone is like, oh, I'm not doing well, all that kind of stuff. Like 99% of the time, they don't want advice, right? They don't actually want advice. They just want to vent their feelings and feel heard. They want to be seen, they want to be heard, and they want to understand that someone is seeing their experience so they're not alone in all of it. That can be very hard to understand for people on the spectrum like me who immediately go, well, here's the solution. They're sharing, because I think the big thing is when an autistic individual is trying to share something, the sharing is not because they are trying to not because they are trying to just have that social connection, but because they genuinely want to figure something out. And so if that is your experience as an autistic individual, that's what you expect everyone else to do. We only have our own experiences to think about, right? But when a lot of other people, but when the moralistic experience, allistic means non-autistic, by the way, when the moralistic experience is about, when the moralistic experience does talk about things like, oh, this is where, I'm upset, I'm upset, this sucks, blah, blah, blah. What they want there is to feel and feel understood, and specifically to process their emotions first, and then move to the step of goal solving. It's interesting in some ways because I think a lot of autistic individuals, by skipping that step of emotional processing, have to deal with that emotional processing after the goal has been reached, or bottle it up in a way that becomes very unhealthy. Because it's not like autistic individuals don't feel emotion. Autistic individuals feel just as emotion as allistic people, just in different ways. Sorry, big tangent on that one. And I would go on for that for hours, but yeah. Yeah, that took a lot of work. Yeah, and there's and not to go on the subject too much, but like but that also I feel like that also has a lot to do with like friendships. I think especially in the VTuber space, one of the big things I have seen is people will go, I feel like I don't make that many friends and I'm lonely, and I think as an autistic individual, and especially because as an autistic individual, what ends up happening is you kind of believe what media tells you, in that you expect a friend to be everything. A friend that matches intelligence, in hobbies, worldview, even like understanding things like occupation, career, all that kind of stuff. But in reality, and I think allistic individuals inherently understand this a little better and don't have as much of a problem with it. But we have many different kinds of friends, and every friend occupies a different space in the friendship kind of spectrum, right? Are they a friend that you just share goals with, right? There are business friends, for instance, people that you're very good friends with and you trust a lot, but you don't talk outside of work. Does that make them not your friend? No, absolutely not. They're still a very good friend, right? So, for instance, like a lot of the chefs that I used to work with, I don't really talk with them about, VTubers and stuff. That's fine. But like when I approached them and I talked to them about, cooking and stuff again, yeah, no, it's like we never stopped talking, right? Or you have like friends who are, or you have like emotional friends, right? Like there are some friends I think who I think most people might have someone who's like kind of like this. Sometime in your life, once upon a time, you both just trauma dumped at each other. You know literally nothing else about each other except your trauma dumps. Cool, you got that out, and then you parted ways, and you never really talked to them ever again. That happens. That would be like an emotional friend, right? Like they don't have to have the same hobbies, they don't have to have the same kind of work, anything like that. They're still a friend. Business friend doesn't have to be an emotional friend. A hobby friend that you met, playing games or whatever, doesn't have to be an emotional friend, or have to be a business friend or anything like that. Everyone occupies different spectrums, and I think that to understand that's all still friendship. That's all still people who like you. It's very rare that we ever find someone who is perfectly aligned on everything like that and goes super deep on every single aspect of that. And that's okay. That's why the phrase "it takes a village," right? That's also if a single person is that, that's just a lot of burden on them as a whole. So can you really stay friends if no one ever reaches out or anything? Yeah, no, I absolutely think so. Because especially with the so two things on that is if you are neurodivergent, so autistic, ADHD, other sort of things, but mostly I'm going to be talking about the autistic and ADHD experience because that's me and I so have a lot of experience personally with it, is you can stay friends with people who don't reach out because, and think about why you're not reaching out 24/7 to every single friend. You're busy, you don't want to bother them, you're scared of rejection, and number three is kind of the big one. If you're neurodivergent, rejection sensitivity is a very big thing because of the kind of traumas of just being neurodivergent in a society that wasn't meant for neurodivergent people. I think pretty much I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that every single neurodivergent person has faced some kind of discrimination and some kind of very negative experience because their experience of the world just doesn't fit into the more neurotypical normal world. Because of that, a lot of us have rejection sensitivity. That is to say, you're afraid of being rejected. You're afraid of how someone might react, and that's normal for a neurodivergent person. And if you're afraid to reach out, I guarantee you that's happening on the same side. It's not because they don't like you. That's not because they don't want to be friends with you. It's because you're both afraid of rejection. Even if you know that 100% that when you reach out, they will try everything they can in their power to actually do that thing, you still have that little part of your brain that goes, but what if they don't? And what if I was making stuff up this entire time? What if, what if? That causes a lot of that, in my opinion. And one of the other fun and good things, actually, about the ADHD experience, time blindness is a double-edged sword, right? Time blindness means, number one, sometimes people will literally just forget to reach out for a very long time until a subject matter triggers in their brain of, oh, I associate you, friend, with this kind of thing. I will reach out because I want to share this thing with you because of this. And when they reach out, because of that very same time blindness, it's like you never stop talking. This is super common. It doesn't matter about the time that the time does not create a decay of relationship strength. This is obviously cannot speak for everyone, but this is very common in neurodivergent experiences where the time spent apart does not necessitate a decay of the friendship or that friendship actually being any less strong. It just might mean instead it just means you have more to talk about. Right? So it has to be, so time doesn't cause decay, it's specific instances of experiences that would either strengthen or lessen the friendship, not time. Sorry, I haven't looked at chat. I just started catching up. I haven't spoken in 10 years, like no, yeah, right? Living in a world not for me is inherently traumatic. Yeah, there is a theory that I personally think is true, in which that more people, I do believe that when we are talking about something like the experience of ADHD and autistic individuals, I think why a lot of autistic and ADHD symptoms become very similar is not because the conditions are necessarily the same, but rather you face the same kind of ostracization and trauma from just from being different. And because of that, that's why, so things like rejection sensitivity is not necessarily a thing that is inherent in the condition of being autism or being autistic or having ADHD, but is built up from so many rejections from the traumas that have happened. And that's why there are so many similar symptoms. And they are symptoms of experiences rather than inherent traits of autism or ADHD or the neurodivergence itself. So it's kind of like how a lot of it's kind of like if you look at like if you just look at like a lot of I don't want to relate it to a disease because I feel like that's unfair. But yeah, just you can cut something with a lot of things. Are you cutting with a scissor? Are you cutting with a knife? Are you cutting with a credit card or a key, right? Some people open packages with their keys all the time, and I'm like, oh my God, that's very distressing. But it's been cut one way or the other. It's just the method that you've got to opening the package is different. So this is on the friendship has been established IRL, online friends, same thing. Try to reach out before, as soon as you stop and wait for them, they never did. Yeah, I mean, like some relationships are like that. Relationships are not necessarily, so here's the thing, right? I think this is also important to say, relationships are not always a two-way street in the way that that media has taught. I think the very interesting thing about saying, I thought relationships were a two-way street implies that, and once again, this is just me talking. I don't mean to project onto your experience or if your experience was different, but for me, for instance, I also will say a lot of things like, I thought relationships were like this or like that, and that's just because of a lot of the things I've read. And so I created that as a rule in my head. This is a hard and fast rule. Relationships have these rules. That's actually not true. Relationships have no rules. Relationships are not defined in any way, shape, or form except by that one specific relationship. So for a very good example, so I consider Geary a good friend. However, I will not say that it is a two-way street in the same way. I think she also considers me a good friend. However, I will say that I will reach out to her significantly more, and I will join her streams significantly more, and she will probably not really show up to my streams. Does that mean that is bad? Absolutely not. No, 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 no. First of all, I was the one who reached out to her, and I have a lot of respect, and I think she's really cool. I don't think she has an, and the important part here is that a friendship should not be reciprocal in the way that if I do something for you, you must do that same thing for me. Friendships are not transactional in that way, and I think a lot of media, even when they're trying to depict friendships as good, depict friendships as transactional. That is to say, if I save your life, you must save mine. If I do this for you, you must do the same for me, or we're not good friends. That's not how it works. If you like someone, if you're friends with someone, and this even carries on to parents and children and lovers, any relationship you can think about. If you enjoy something and you like them, when you give that love, whether it's familial love, whether it's love of friendship, whether it's a romantic love, it's given without the expectation of a reciprocal transactional response of the same weight. We're not buying and selling love. Love is given freely without expectation. That is what a friendship is. That is what a relationship is. You give it without the expectation, and those who want to give back will give back. In my opinion, that is the biggest misconception on how friendships should work. And because media feeds us this concept of a transactional nature of friendship, transactional nature, equal transactional nature of relationships, of friendships, that's where we look at a friendship and go, it's not equal and therefore we're not friends. That's not true at all. That is absolutely not true at all. So, there's my little rant about it. Wow, that's a lot of messages. Hang on. Yeah. Yeah, I think that kind of covers that sort of stuff. Anyway, man, I was talking about 3.1. Oh my god, I got distracted. Yeah, I feel like when people doing something good, regardless of their motivation, they inherently have an expectation that something good will happen after, whether it is for them or for others. I think that's personally, I think that is a self-defeating that is a self-defeating kind of mentality, because that is inherently transactional in nature. That inherently does create the expectation of if I do something, you must do something for me. And that is what will that expectation, if not communicated, that's another big thing, right? If that is your expectation, then you should also communicate that. If you do that and it's also not right, then if you do that and it's not given back, then also that is problematic, right? Well, would you do something good if you know it 100% doesn't matter? Can I just point out Vite Ramen real quick? Can I just point out all of this stuff? Did you know that your body needed L-lysine? We don't talk about it. We don't talk about that we put L-lysine in it. I'm talking about it in marketing right now. But we've gone 8 years without talking about all the stuff that helps you. All of this, all of these nutrients, the bioavailable forms, the complete proteins, the L-lysine. I'm writing about it now because people are like, hey, I want to know about it. I can't believe you've done all this and you haven't talked about it. Yeah. This shit's expensive. We did this because it was the right thing to do. It was the good thing to do. If inherently you're doing something, and if you're doing something and you want to be doing it for a good reason, you should be doing it without expectation of return. That's how it is. If you're doing it with an expectation of return, then it is a transaction. If you're doing it without expectation of return, it is not a transaction. That's basically it. And like, I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna bring it up because like it's another one of the things that we did. We spent like for like Bao Anomaly and stuff. Like we sent out thousands of orders, thousands and thousands of orders, off our own dime. We didn't expect anything out of it. We never asked for them to promote our stuff. We didn't do it because we're like, oh yeah, and then now we want to set up like this or that. No. Afterwards, we're like, go find whatever will work for you. No, do not, because that's what being good is. Because you want to bring good to the world, not because you get a benefit out of it. All the we do like for Vite and for Vite and a lot of the stuff that we do, we don't scratch the surface of everything that we do and that I have done for other people because I just don't talk about it that much. Because if I go, I'm doing this because I expect someone to do something back at that same level, that's transactional. Then I'm doing it for a gain, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right? That's how business works. That's how a lot of things work. And if you want it to be transactional, then make it transactional. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you want to do good, then do good. If you want to do the right thing, then do the right thing. Not because you expect to get something out of it. If you're doing something and expect something out of it, then you're doing it specifically for that purpose. So don't get that mixed up. Like, what if you have zero impact? Like, that's fine. Because the point of doing something good in the world is not to create impact. That is, once again, thinking of the end result and the goal. The point is to try and bring good. The point is to try and create change in the world. It doesn't matter if you actually succeed or not. The point is the effort. The point is the ability to be selfless. The point is to try and do the right thing and to try and bring something better to the world. Whether or not it succeeds in the way that you want it to, I guarantee you, just by trying, you have changed the world for the better. I guarantee you that. And it's all going to be small drops, little things. Every drop of water that falls into a pond, every little bit will eventually make it grow more and more. And if you put a drop of water into a river, will you notice it? No. Probably not. But if everyone starts doing it, if millions and millions of people do it, that river gets pretty big. And you keep that river going for thousands and thousands of years, it's powerful enough to do things like carve the Grand Canyon. It's one of those things where I think if you're neurodivergent, you want to see that there's a direct correlation of action and reaction. And in these kind of situations, I think, when you're talking about something nebulous and subjective, like good and making the world a better place, we can't measure those things as much as we would like to. And that's where I believe, that's where the concept of having faith, believing in the process, and having that belief in goodness is very important. Because if we are always constantly stressing out, have you heard the term, the path to hell is paved with good intentions? in my opinion, that happens when you want to try and measure all the good that you're doing, when it becomes inherently transactional, when you're not doing good for good's sake, but because you are trying to measure every single little impact. And then what happens then, and here's the important part, going back to relationships, then you begin to try and control people. When you try to control people in that way, when you go, I'm trying to do good, I am doing good. You must appreciate that I am doing good. Behave in this way because I've done good. And then setting up those rules, setting up those conditions, little by little by little, that's how all good things become problematic. And it's so easy to fall into, and it's something that everyone will fall into at some point in their lives. And I think that's why it's important to always think about those things and to remember when we do things, when we want to talk about relationships, when we want to talk about the good that we're doing, when we're talking about things, you need to trust in the process, you need to have faith, and you have to be okay with not controlling the situation. You have to be okay with whatever happens, and you have to trust that if that happens, it's fine. You can move on from it, you can grow, you can learn, you can try again later, you can do other things. The moment when you start to try and control all these things, that's when things will fall apart. That's when you start on that path to hell with good intentions. After all, I want to point out most gangs, like a lot of the gangs out there that are, super brutal and stuff now, started all with good intentions. Every single one of them. Not every single one of them. Most of them started with very good intentions. Most of them started as basically just neighborhood protection to stop, to fend off against people who were, causing problems. And then with more and more rules, with more and more hierarchies and all that kind of stuff, that's yeah. Yeah. Shit. Fuck. I was talking about White Ramen. Cool. Let's see. So, yeah, 3.1. I want to be doing about that, but one of the things, and this is where I want to get a little bit more abstract, right? So another one of the things that I've been playing with is, like, for instance, like, fuel your midnight spark. And this is where, this is where I want to speak a little bit more towards neurodivergent experience, right? I'm sure many of you listening might have, the experience of 2 a.m. Now you're working great. You couldn't do anything all day. 2 a.m. hits. Suddenly you have all the ideas. Suddenly everything's working. Suddenly you're moving super fast. Everything's connecting. That's what I call the midnight spark. And I like this concept because White Ramen, I think, we don't. Whenever we ask agencies, whenever we ask, like professional marketers, sort of things on, like, oh, what audience do you think will work? And every time it's the same answers, right? Finance and tech bros and that sort of stuff. They're online, they have money, and we never really jive with them very much. Like, people who are like super on finance sector, like, because like nowadays, especially, that group is more towards, like, NFTs, crypto, AI bros, things like that, finance bros. And it doesn't jive with us because that's not who we are as people either. Primarily, we are the kind of divergent, creative neurodivergent. So instead of convergent thinking, which is very like, that's where like, math and finance works really well. Like you're really able to hone in on that kind of stuff. It's about creativity. It's about creativity. It's about art and expression, stories, VTubers and anime, right? That is where Fuel Your Midnight Spark, I think, is really where I wanted to go with that. Can you visualize it? Is it objectively true? Can you only say this? I don't think it hits any of those. But that also falls into that second concept of this would not necessarily be something that is in the initial tag phrase and catch lines, but something secondary, something that is talked about once you understand the brand more, once you are you have already engaged with the stuff that we do. Because I do want to I do want to make sure that like when we're talking to our audience, we are talking to an audience who also understands what we are and what we want to be doing. I think a good example of this is that we actually had to completely give up our audience at one point because after our Soylent audience, as we started to grow, unfortunately, after the Soylent audience, our main audience, because of Facebook ads and how Facebook ads worked, became 55 plus. Like our audience was just primarily 55 plus. And then we would have messages being like, "Oh yeah, can you bring the ramen to my front door? Here's my gate code. This dog he barks a lot, but he's actually a sweetie." And it's just like, oh, we're not a meal delivery service. I'm not personally bringing you the ramen. So a lot of misalignment and even like how we talk about ramen and phrasing becomes different and problematic. If we're talking to a 55 plus crowd who the only experience they have with ramen and they are not really super willing to change their mind on it, and their only idea and experience of ramen is the small 55-cent packs, they're not really going to understand. We're going to have a hard time explaining things to them, new flavors, new things. It's all strange. By working with a audience that we do understand, not only is it funner for us in all kinds of ways, but we also know that certain contexts of information we don't need to explain from the ground up, right? If we talk about a ramen and we go tonkotsu, for instance, right? In our flavor names, we don't have to explain necessarily what a tonkotsu is. We don't have to explain restaurant ramen. We don't have to explain that there are many different kinds of ramen and things like that. If we don't capture the right audience, then we definitely run into those kind of issues. Any plans to have Vite Ramen being sold at some stores like Kroger? Absolutely not, because they won't respond to us. It is really hard to get into grocery stores. Generally speaking, you need to know someone who knows someone, or get really lucky. And you have to have very high production and just all kinds of stuff. And right now, it's very much not worth it for us. Yeah, unfortunately. We would need a much larger facility. We would need a much larger facility and be able to really hit some of those economies of scale, which we're able to really bring our minimums down. Or sorry, bring our costs down through economies of scale before we would be able to do something like that. Right now, like a lot of those places are asking for wholesale prices that are like, oh yeah, like 50, 60% off. And I'm like, ooh, we cannot afford that. Our margins are not that good. We would be selling at a loss. Right? That's the unfortunate part of things. Yeah. Yeah, Alice. This is actually a concept I like to call simple doors, complex rooms. For V3.1, like all of this stuff is nice, but by and large, I feel like a lot of you who are here already kind of know at least a little bit about it. So this is very understandable. But For those who don't, who are just learning about the brand for the first time, we want go simple doors, complex rooms. That is to say, we want a very easy entranceway. We want them to be able to get in and be able to put a foot in the door, as it were, very easily. Because I think one of the problems, and I think one of the reasons why we ended up going with like, oh yeah, high protein, healthy craft ramen, is because we would try to explain this stuff, and then we would try to explain it once again in a very information dense way, where writing is good, storytelling is not. The clarity was not there. We were not able to get that information through. And because of that, we had a lot of problems with exactly how all of this ended up working. We had a lot of trouble like reaching customers because we would just overwhelm them with information. That's kind of like, hey, yeah, no, you can go through this door, and we'll provide you all the keys, and you're like, oh, that's cool. By the way, there are 17 locks. Here are 17 keys. They are all labeled, but you still need 17 keys to get through this door. Also, they're all different kinds of locks. Good luck. A lot of people just go, honestly, fuck that. I'm going somewhere else. Which is fair, right? Like, who wants to deal with that many keys, right? And it's just like, so in our opinion, we're like, oh yeah, no, we provided them all the keys. We provided them all the keys. We provided all the explanation and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, who the fuck wants to do that? So yeah, we are technically correct. We are technically correct that we gave them all the keys to get in, but it was not accessible still, right? One of the reasons I am doing more of these streams is so people can ask me questions. You can talk to me directly. And turns out, especially with more experience and being able to explain, turns out if you ask me questions directly, I am able to answer directly. And if you have additional questions, so on and so forth, instead of just having a page and going, read this page of dense information, good luck. So trying to create more simple doors. And then the rooms can be complex. You can spend your time exploring the rooms at your own leisure, but now you have an entryway you can go in and out of easily. That's kind of the experience that we want to be going. In that way, what I do want to do eventually is kind of like create almost like a wiki kind of thing, right? Like, oh, you have all these things? Okay, you can click off to here. You can click off to here. You can click off to here. You can expand this. You can do this. When you are personally ready for the information, when you want to know, you can get it. But otherwise, you have the clarity through the simplest yet clearest, the simplest but still most informative version of the information. Ease of accessibility is definitely important for, yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things that has always been, so one of the problems being that, like, I also do the R&D, I also, I make the ramen. And so I get really excited about all these kind of little things that people won't care about yet. Like, when I talked about a lot of this kind of like detailed stuff, a lot of you were like, yeah, no, I'm interested. You are interested because you have managed to go through the door already. So you have the context. You have the context, and you are able to apply that context of information. However, if we have all the locks and stuff to begin with, then it's very hard for people to really process that information. If I just start hitting you, if I come out of nowhere and start hitting you with, all right, so let me tell you about L-cyclotheniomine and selenium glycinate and how glycinate and glucanates and all that kind of stuff, you're like, man, I didn't want to take a chemistry class right now, right? But like, because I started with talking about all this kind of stuff, it's just like, oh, now I have the context. Now it's interesting. Now I can understand. I can follow. Majority only care about the end results, yeah. But that's also just going to be part of like how you approach those particular subjects. And yeah, with the nutrients, with nutrients, like I think this line is a pretty good indication of it. Delicious, nutrient-rich ramen, right? Nutrient, and like that's why I like the word nutrient. I think the word nutrient says a lot. It's noodles, it's nutrients, and it shows we have a sense of humor. And it all does that all in one very small, compact way. That can't necessarily be said with high protein, healthy craft ramen. That's a lot more vague, and it can imply a lot of things, right? So in that way, simple doors, complex rooms is basically how we want to be doing things. And even in this method, I'm just like, what I'm probably going to do with this afterwards is I'm probably going to cut a bunch of shorts out of it, right? I'm probably going to figure out, oh, what are the things that I can cut out of this stream and post as shorts to make, once again, make things accessible, right? Some of these explanations that I have, are they the best explanations in the world? No, but they're better than not having an explanation, not having a context. So if anyone asks a question, boom, here's a video. Here's something that you can learn from it. Joke's on you, I don't care about the topic. I just like to talk some passionate, give me the chemistry. Yeah, that's one of the things, not to go on neurodivergence again, but that's who I am. So unsurprisingly, my brain is a big part of how I perceive things. But one of the things that always made me nervous about just yapping like this is because I like doing this. I like to just talk about things and just be excited about the things I'm excited about, right? Once again, I was known as, a lot of people knew me as the knife guy, not the ramen guy. But obviously, dude, I haven't even talked about flavors yet. Oh my God. About flavors and flavor pairings and flavor bridges. I'm gonna do that tomorrow, by the way. If you wanna join stream Thursday, tomorrow, 3 p.m. PST, I'm gonna be talking about flavor bridges and things like that. But the reason I was scared to talk about this kind of stuff is because, to be perfectly honest, I was bullied a lot as a kid for being weird about things, for talking too much about things, for being too much. People will still tell me that all the time. Tim, you're being too much. Tim, can you calm the fuck down? Tim, can you not, Tim, can you not post thirst traps? I don't want to see your titties all over the place. Right? Can you stop swearing? Can you stop doing this? Can you stop doing that? And once again, trauma responses and always getting rejection and not fitting in, I would always be like, yeah, okay, sure. And then, so I'd be afraid of doing this. I'd be afraid of talking. And now, combination of experience and getting older, losing fucks to give, Vyvanse, a lot of stuff. Now I'm just like, oh, I should tone it down? Why don't you go fuck yourself, huh? Don't ban me, Twitch. Yongyi, oh my fucking God. I swear to God, I'm just gonna only fucking do chest exercises every single day from now on. Fucking min-max that shit. I'm gonna grow the big stick. No. But yeah, I think it is. So personally, I think that is one of the more interesting things about our online world and why I particularly like the VTuber community compared to other communities, because I've tried I've tried streaming before sort of VTuber adjacent communities, and a lot of the people who join, I think were it'd be like their first time on Twitch, right? Or they just really wouldn't understand what I'm doing, or it just didn't work out very well, because then it'd be like, oh, this is off-putting, and for certain kinds of people, being passionate is being charismatic. I don't think if you go and look at my charisma and then see how much I'm stumbling over words and stopping and then saying this and that and things like that and whatever, that's not a traditionally charismatic person. In a neurotypical sense of regular media, that would not be. If you're describe a very charismatic sort of person, that wouldn't be it. But because the VTuber community and a lot of the gaming community has more understanding and also has other neurodivergent people do find this charismatic, or they do like me being overly excited and passionate about things, right? Because it's something that we all experience, hyperfixations, and you like to see other people who are experiencing the autistic joy of hyperfixation, right? And that might be, and instead with someone who's more realistic or more near typical audience or something, that might just be off-putting instead. Once again, You're being too much. You're making me uncomfortable. And that's fine. Then this isn't your space. And if you're not in these kind of spaces, it can be so hard to find others who are neurodivergent in that same way. Because let's be real, there's a reason why it's so difficult out in the world for neurodivergent people. Neurodivergent people are not the norm. There's, it's like what, 1 out of 20, 1 out of 10. I don't know the numbers. Like no one knows the exact numbers of all of that. But even with all of that considered, what we're looking at is quite simply the experience going into things is just going to be told to shut up and stuff. The very first time I went on one of these rants and I realized this would work is this knife right here. I used to be so scared of doing these rants, right? I wanted to make it simple. I wanted to, and even the hilarious part is like, even when I tried to make it simple, I would just go way too hard into this kind of stuff, and then people would lose interest anyway. But when the very first time I got to just yap about Girl DM's knife, and she posted it on her channel, I did not mean for that to become as yappy as it did. But because I did, people were like, oh, geez, wow, this guy knows a lot about knives. And not only were there a ton of positive comments, but it was, weirdly enough, good for business. Instead of driving people away like I had believed it might, it actually drew people in instead. And that was one of the most surprising things that has ever happened out of everything. And so that became kind of like my bread and butter that I started doing more and more. And I tried to be more and more comfortable on camera to where I would just be okay with just yapping about things. And that's part of why sometimes I would just start streaming just to get that experience. Just to be more okay with being on camera, just yapping about whatever. And I guess it's kind of working, right? So that's, yeah. Swap info, beach episode, swap info dumps. Follow you since very first Kickstarter. Yeah, it's very interesting. There's so many people who have followed us since the first Kickstarter, and I'm genuinely still surprised. It's almost been a decade, guys. So thanks for following us this long. Yeah, neurodivergent people travel in packs. So I think a lot of that also is that number one, if you're with a lot of holistic people who, generally speaking, aren't super into your info dumps and that sort of stuff, then you just fall out of being friends pretty quickly. Or conversely, you just don't become very good friends because you just don't find them very interesting. There's too much social context clues. Every time you're hanging out with them, you find it exhausting instead. I think for a lot of neurodivergent people, you gotta have some amount of neurodivergence in some way or shape or form for a friendship to happen. So, yeah. Oh, T Canadian guy, thanks for following. Damn, where was I with V3.1? What was my goal here? Oh yeah. So I'm actually very curious. I'm very curious. This is one of those things that we haven't we should send out a survey. But if you have bought Vite Ramen and you've bought it a bunch, if you are comfortable with it, right? Don't dox yourself if you're not comfortable with it. But I am actually curious. What are people's occupations? What are people's occupations, and or what did you go to school for? Is what you went to school for what you are doing now? That has I feel like a lot of people who eat Vite, who have this kind of like neurodivergent experience, most of them are not doing what they went to school for anymore. It's something that I have seen a lot, and uh, and I think there's also a strong there's a strong population of people who are who buy a lot of Vite and who have been with us for a very long time. They have a job that they don't. It wasn't like the job that they were like, oh yeah, this is gonna be like my dream job or whatever. But also is just like, I'm good at this job, or and it's not stressful, or it's not as stressful. It might be a little bit boring, and it's not the most glamorous, but it sure pays well. It sure is steady. It sure works out. Like, civil engineer, accountant, like things like that, which are like not, or like or like you write code and you're a software engineer, but you're not at like one of the FANG companies. You're a software engineer at like I don't know, you're creating software for like for banks. You're creating software for like super specialized systems. Just things that aren't like dramatically not like the usual kind of like, oh yeah, these are like kind of like the big things. I feel like there's a lot. I feel like there's a lot of people who end up in those. I got a degree. I'm not using that degree anymore, but I think I'm living a better life doing the thing that is not directly related with my degree. I'm one of them, by the way. So my degree is in managerial economics and culinary, obviously. But so I guess that one's kind of in use. I don't want to say that one's really in use because how we have to construct flavors is very, very different from all the culinary stuff. But I guess you could argue that one I'm using a little bit. But like managerial economics, honestly, the most I've gotten to use it is like with this tariff situation of arguing with people online, going, "Yeah, you don't know shit." Hey, my degree coming in handy. I can win internet arguments. That was worth paying the money for. Yeah, a job at the end of the day is a means to end. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think I think it's not. I think it's not something that is like. I think a lot of people go. It's either black and white. Either you're in the camp of like a job is just a job, or you're in the camp of like job is my passion in my life. It's like no, you can like your job. You can do really good on it. You can put some extra hours in and everything, and still not your life completely. Like it's once again like don't. I think there's a lot of problems with like trying to define someone's personal relationship with work or their job when it's not necessarily something that fits easily into categories. That's, regardless of whether you like it or not, at the end of the day, you gotta do it. Put food on the table. Liking what you do is a bonus. Yeah, that's true. Like a lot of the days, as a whole, right? As a whole, I really liked cooking in the kitchen. A lot of days, I did not want to be there, right? Like you're just exhausted. I'm like, man, I do not want to be on my feet, like working my body to the bone and feeling all this exhaustion and pain. I do not want to do that today. But like, yeah, that or even like with Vite, right? Jesus Christ, oh my God, give me. I haven't been on a vacation. I've not traveled. Like, I've not really like traveled and been on a vacation like 8, 9 years now. You know, it's it's yeah, a lot of nuance, just like in things. Something that people these days and yeah, I don't think it's necessarily TikTok brain rot. I'm gonna be real. I don't think it's a these days kind of thing. I think it's just an always thing, because um, you you'll learn what you're interested in, right? And some people just will, with or without TikTok, they would just never learn it. That's about it. Yeah. Oh man, let me actually get to back to Vite. Yeah, no. So when you're marketing, and one of the reasons why I'm explaining all of this out loud is so I can organize my thoughts. I have a very, very long section of notes that needs to be organized. So by putting it on this board and talking about it, I'm kind of like going, oh, these are the important parts. These are the parts that don't really matter because I'm just like when I'm talking, just thanks for being my body doubles, by the way. When I'm just talking like this, I'm just like, oh yeah, no, you guys wouldn't care about that. That really doesn't matter. And because of that, I can very much narrow down into what actually matters and what doesn't. The reason I talked about the whole like job thing is because there's something called the customer avatar. And a customer avatar is as simple as this is kind of like what your ideal customer would be. This is what and you really dive down. You basically create a character, right? You're like role playing. You're like, ah yes, let me create my sim, right? Here's my customer avatar. This is my D&D character, but for marketing. And the reason why you would create that is one of the easiest ways to kind of like lose what you're doing is to go, oh, but some people like this, some people like that, some people like this, some people like that. What do I do? Well, when you create that customer avatar and you have a problem making a choice, you go, what would your customer avatar like best out of all the things that you're doing? If this is your ideal customer, you should always be going for what they believe is going to be best. So that's why we create the customer avatar, and that's why I asked about like the kind of the job thing, because in the customer avatar that we've created, based off of all the data of like just what people have said over the years, what we know about people who have bought, and things like that, we know that by and large, it's not people who are like actively looking for super flashy jobs who are like, yeah, I got into a FANG company, right? Like I went to college, I went to college, and straight out of college, I got into Google, right? It's people who are neurodivergent and kind of wander and explore in life, who have settled down a little bit more and are and understand that you don't need to have your job be your passion, and it is often better to not have your job be your passion, in fact. And so even if they have a job that is not the sexiest to talk about in the world, it is good, it is comfortable, and it provides them with enough free time to enjoy their hobbies. Whether it's gaming, whether it's VTubers, whether it's art, whether it's other things. And we find that, generally speaking, it's in that free time and it's in those spaces that it's outside the job that these people and this customer avatar is able to be creative. That's where they get to employ. That's when they get to be very creative and do all the art stuff that that isn't necessarily their job, but is something that they can do outside of work instead of as their work, and that makes them like it a little bit more sometimes than people who have to contend with all the deadlines and client work of things like, an illustrator who has to, draw things that they're just like, man, this is boring, but it sure pays the bills, right? So that's kind of the customer avatar that we have seen. They're also definitely neurodivergent. They're most likely speak two languages, and most likely they speak two languages or are learning a second language, and have fascination with more than one culture. That is to say like, this one's pretty obvious. The most of the time, it's going to be Japanese culture in anime and stuff. But in our particular customer avatar, and the people that we've seen resonate a lot more, is obviously the more I yap, and the more people who are like, I have that experience, right? So what we have found is our ideal customer avatar tends to our ideal customer avatar when we built it is Chinese American, which makes sense, right? A Chinese American weeb, not surprising. But instead of being in like CS or something, our particular customer avatar is in civil administration. So something that's not sexy, right? But they make good over 100 grand a year because they're managing water mains, and they're not the ones designing the water mains, but they're doing budget approvals, and they're doing like budget approvals. They're making sure the administration side of things is being correct, and they're still being able to be creative about how they approach that kind of stuff in ways that you would not expect someone to be doing so, because at the end of the day, anything can be interesting and creative if you're thinking about it in the right way. So I wish I'm making 100K a year. Yeah, same. I wish I was making 50K a year. I'm not. Shit. I don't remember how much. Yeah. Anyway, I don't make a lot. I I do not. I am not the highest paid out of. I am not the highest paid out of everyone in the company. I'm one of the lower paid ones, actually. I eat a lot of white ramen, and like to be fair, like I'm not gonna say like, oh yeah, like I'm like going to be like a monk and like always be the poorest or whatever. It's just like I do get to expense a lot of things. Like like the whatever food I'm gonna be buying tomorrow to cook, that is a marketing expense, right? Or so like that's gonna save me the cost of dinner. So it's like it's not, and like to be perfectly honest, in terms of like hobbies and in terms of like things that I like to do, a lot of it is this kind of stuff. It is streaming. It is I'm the stupid idiot who like went, oh yeah, I have a hobby. Let me make it into work. So overall, it's like yeah, I playing around with all these lights and the camera and stuff. Like this is all stuff I like anyway. So like I also just, and I've never been someone who just like spends a lot of money on stuff besides food. So like it's fine. Though when it comes to things like, oh shit, I need to go fix my car, I still have not bought tires for the fucking car. Shit's so expensive. I can't afford that right now. The car, my car is almost legal drinking age, by the way, and I need to replace its tires and I need to replace its brakes. I will do that eventually. Would you stay healthy from strictly eating Vite for a whole month or two? Yeah, actually, we have people who do that, including Eris, who does the website. She's one of the longest members. She's like the first member of Vite technically, and that wasn't me and my brother. Yeah, she ate only Vite for 1 month, and yeah, it worked out really well actually. I'm not saying you should do that. I still advocate that if anyone can, they should eat whole foods and have a whole variety of things. You should. If you can, you should. There's a lot of stuff that's in there that we can't put in Vite. Things, volatile compounds like phytonutrients, and like and like just I don't know, phytonutrients. The only thing I can come off the top of my head right now. But there's a lot of other stuff in food. Like you should try and eat. Like I'm gonna be one of the only like fucking CEOs who are just like, yeah, if you can, don't eat our product. In a perfect world, we wouldn't need Vite ramen. In a perfect world, we would all get fresh, delicious ramen or whatever food it is, and also all of our nutrients and everything in all perfectly cooked salads and vegetable dishes and all that kind of stuff. But that's not how the real world works, unfortunately. So, yeah. Phytonutrients would be things like, so literally the colors in foods are certain kind of nutrients. And one of the most famous ones would be, I think it's called lycopene in tomatoes. The red color in tomatoes and lycopene has a lot of potential health benefits, or rather like, contributes to overall good health. That's not something that is going to be present in Vite ramen. Similarly, like, other things like the green and like even things like the green and kale, things, whatever. Those all have certain kind of like nutritional benefits. They're not going to completely like change your life, right? They contribute to overall good health. But, it's also like that's the difference between having overall good health and then like optimizing. That's kind of like, and that's and that's, if you're trying to like optimize for the best health in the world, then that's where you would be like doing stuff like that. But I think most of us just want like, all right, I'm not feeling bad. I have energy. My body, I don't, like, one of the interesting things I think about health, good health is when you don't feel anything. Like, your body is not telling you pain. It's not telling you fatigue. It's not telling you whatever. It's just there. That's what good health is. Isn't that weird to think about? Where you exist without needing to feel anything about what your body, all these pains and negative things that are going on in your body. That's what good health is. Good health is not feeling any of that stuff. It's not actually like feeling good or like dopamine, being super happy all the time. It's a neutral state of no pain, no fatigue, no weird sharp sensations, no dull ache, no thing going, man, I should get that checked out. Being healthy is not how we do things well. I mean, like the point of Vite and the point of the stuff we make, right, is so that despite y'all being degenerates who have a lot of trouble taking care of your health, you could take care of it a little easier and better, instead of what I've seen some people do, which is like try to shove Brussels sprouts down their throat and get like 3 in, don't get any nutrients, and hate their life while they're doing it. That doesn't work, right? The point is to meet you where you are. The point of Vite as a whole, not just Vite Ramen, but all the things we make, is to not go, hey, you're doing things wrong. You are, right? It's a neurodivergent experience. It's not to go, you're doing things wrong. Your way of life is bad. You must completely change who you are and what your life is, everything you enjoy and everything that you are, to do this, to be healthy. I don't think that's the right way to do things. Instead, I'm like, why can't I create products to meet you where you are? Why can't I create, this, which lets you keep you like to stim with flavors, with an energy drink tasting sort of thing. Why not create something that hydrates you, tastes like an energy drink, gives you all your nutrients, and gives you things like adaptogens, which I don't like the word necessarily, but like it's a marketing term. But it does convey the thing. So I have mixed feelings about that. But it has L-theanine, it has L-tyrosine. It helps you produce more dopamine if you're short on L-tyrosine. It helps L-theanine helps against like anxiety and stuff. It's all very well documented, and also like prevents anxiety from caffeine, which I'm sure most of you are consuming egregious amounts of. Why not be able to meet people where they are? Why shame people, right? Like, someone's like, hey, I want to try and be healthy, and then you go, perfect, I'm going to shame the shit out of you and tell you you're doing everything wrong. You're a fucking piece of shit. You fucking failure. You fucking, why aren't you cooking every meal? Why are you so bad at life? You suck at being healthy, and you should change everything about yourself, and if you don't, you're a fuck up. Because that's literally what fucking everything does, right? That's literally how every fucking health food tells you to do. Like, and I'm sitting here going like, well, shit, why don't we create things that, like, oh yeah, you're eating ramen all the time? Here you go, ramen. But like, does all the things that they say their stuff does, but doesn't really. Athletic greens. Oh, you're drinking energy drinks? All right, let me create something that tastes like an energy drink that gives you everything you need. Oh, you're having trouble getting into cooking for yourself because knives are scary and all that kind of stuff. Let me get super autistic about knives and give you real pretty knives. Right? Why? Like one of the things why those knives are successful compared to the shitty knives that are out there is like we try to make them accessible. We just, like in the way that like here's how you use them. They look cool. They represent something that you have positive associations with, instead of I bought a knife and I have negative associations with this because it represents my failure of trying to cook before, of being scared to cook, of fucking up, and my parents telling me I'm doing all the cooking wrong or whatever, right? Meet people where they are. Understand where they're coming from, right? And make things for the problems, not fucking shame them and guilt them into things. That's like the industry standard. Like, I like to say, like, that's one of the things, right? Like, all this marketing that I'm doing over here, this is the hardest kind of marketing, because what I'm trying to do with that marketing is I'm trying to communicate, I'm trying to do things in a good way that doesn't shame you. The easiest marketing ever, especially with health foods, especially with things with nutrition on it that's supposed to change things, is to fucking exaggerate about everything it's gonna be, about how it's gonna change your life, and to start with shaming the shit out of you. So they go, you're fucking fat, you're fucking lazy, you don't deserve anything because all you do is sit on the computer and play games, and you don't use your degree the way that you were supposed to. You're not experiencing life the way that you should be. Why are you weird? Why are you different? Do these things to become like the rest of us. Do these things because this is the only way to do things. I want to offer options. I want to create things that people can choose to use, that when they want to use them, it helps them. Not that they feel like they are forced into it in order to get some random fucking idea of who they need to be. And like, that's why I go on so many of these rants, because I really, really hate the health industry. Do you know how much money I could make? Do you know how much I could sell if I just fucking went, yes, this boosts your immune system. This fucking has weight loss properties. This fucking, if you eat this, you can become like me. Like, look at abs and muscles and all that kind of stuff. If you eat this, you will become like this. I could do that. Like, literally that original Catboy ad just makes fun of that. Right? Because that is what everyone does. Fucking look at Immy. Fucking Immy's most popular ad is eat this ramen and lose weight. Like, what the fuck? That's fucked up. Like, why? And like, the worst part of all of that is that they are literally doing that just to market. Like, it is, in my opinion, it is a little bit more forgivable if you're like a fitness influencer and you're like, hey, I'm genuinely trying to help out. And you're like, the way that you're doing things, right, is maybe not the best, because you didn't start as a marketer. You don't know. And so you're like, oh, I have good intentions. At the end of the day, you're still spreading body dysmorphia and a bunch of other stuff, but like, at least you truly believe in the thing that you're saying, and you're good. But like right now, but if you're a company and you don't care about that kind of stuff, you don't have founders who are like really into working out and really doing all that kind of stuff, and then you're like, yes, lose weight, lose weight, you fucking fat ass, lose weight, you piece of shit. You're not worth anything until you're skinny. What the fuck? What is your body fat percent at? Why aren't you ripped? No one's gonna love you. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? You're doing that. You don't even fucking believe in any of it. You're doing that to fucking sell. You're doing that to fucking sell shit. Like, what the fuck? Don't go, yeah, that's the best marketing. You don't fucking do that shit. You just say, I'm not gonna do it. Will your sales be as good? Absolutely not. Ours aren't nearly as good because of that. But at least we're not fucking contributing to people feeling worse about themselves. We're not contributing to someone feeling like they're worthless. We just want, instead, like, we just want to offer options. If you want this kind of stuff, I'm going to tell you what these kind of things can do, and then you can make that decision on how you want to do things that is the best for your body and your individual situation. And that does require people with their own prerogative, with their own willingness to engage, and so I'm not gonna sell as much. And like that's the hard part about this, and that's why my job is so fucking hard at doing marketing, at doing all these kind of things, because I'm not willing to lie to people's faces like that. I'm not gonna go, look at all the vitamin C we have, I'm gonna fucking make you immune to COVID. Look, I have vitamin C and zinc. You're definitely gonna never catch COVID now. If you're immunocompromised, just take off your mask, you're fine. I fucking have literally seen things like that on Facebook, on billboards. Fucking Mountain Dew of all things, had a drink that they had 10% zinc in, and they're like, this boosts immune system. And they launched that in the middle of COVID. And their entire thing was to boost immune system for 10% zinc. Like, what the fuck? Like, that is, and like the thing is, and by doing all this, right, you can see how I'm breaking out all of this. The amount of marketing books I read, the amount of structures I go through, the amount of things that I look at to try and figure out the different angles and try to figure out how to market Vite in different ways. That's why we have to try and be so creative about things. That's why we do all the kind of videos that we do, why we partner with VTubers, why we put so much effort into our things, because we're not willing to do it those kind of ways. And because, like I said, because we're still putting in all of these things into our ramen, even though people might not know about it, because they need it. It's the right thing to do. People's bodies still need the ingredients, whether or not they know they need them. And that's more expensive. We can cut that out. We can make more profit like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I have to like sit here and work on V3.1 and figure out what's the best ways to talk about this, what's the best way to do all this kind of stuff, because we're not doing the other shit. And at the end of the day, what kind of sucks is that, like, even if you logically know this, even if you do go, yeah, no, that's the kind of world we should be in, that's what we believe in, people will still, because fear and hope are not logical process and rational. You can have people who will hear this kind of rant and will believe in it, but they will still pick something else. Because emotions are what end up driving purchases, not logic. So in that way, it's kind of like this, it is kind of a difficult thing to do, right? It is difficult to figure out how do we drive that emotion without fear, without guilt, without, feeding in people's shame. And what I want to do, and one of the things I don't like, there are certain ways of talking about making guilt and fear less without feeding into it. Because, for instance, if you say you can eat this ramen without feeling guilty, just as a general statement, then you might be helping imply, if you have guiltless ramen, that implies that you should have guilt when eating ramen. But on the other hand, if you say you don't have to feel guilty about getting another round of DoorDash, right? That's a different kind of guilt. I think that's a perfectly fair guilt to take a stab at. I think that's a perfectly fair guilt of like, shit, I shouldn't have spent another $35 on that, on the sushi plate or whatever, for dinner. I shouldn't have gotten the Five Guys burger for $20. And like that's a fine guilt. But I think if you talk about guilt and you don't have the context in the right way, I think that can be harmful. Like that's and that is also, and like if we want to talk about like, oh yeah, like Tim, you have attention to detail, then it's going to be like, yeah, I have attention to detail to also how our marketing is going to make people feel, and to not use and to do our very best. And like, you know, like sometimes I'm going to say something that isn't, you know, sometimes I'm going to accidentally say something. I'm not perfect, right? But we do try our very, very hardest all the time to try and have marketing that does not do that kind of stuff, that contributes good to the world, not bad. So yeah, selling cures to deep-seated insecurity. Yeah. Nice Tim versus evil Tim. Yeah, you should see all the people I've been fighting on in comments. I've been doing that a lot lately. Actually, I think one of the things is that like because I don't stream quite as often, and so people don't really know me in the people don't really like know me necessarily for how I speak about things. And if you just read some of my texts, then people are gonna get the wrong impression. And then like you just kind of have to remember like fucking I came from a professional kitchen, man. You know, I play solo queue FPS. My tongue is just as sharp or sharper than my knives. I just generally hold back. Because generally speaking, there's no reason for me to you know just like cut someone down who's being stupid, because usually it's just like if even someone's asking a question and I'm like, this is kind of like in bad faith, I can usually just give them a good explanation and all that kind of stuff, and it's fine. But you know, but like lately, you know, there's been a lot more people who have been like a lot stupider. So like, I'm just like, all right, I can have a little fun with it. You know, I can can I can let evil Tim out a little bit more. Should have bought more KFP merch. Well, I mean, like, you know, eventually we're gonna get past the tariff situation, and then we will have some extra. So, yeah. Nah, I just have guilt every time I eat food in general. Next stream of the year. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what all FPS sayers when they lose a match. I'm just warming up. It's my team's fault. See, the thing I like to do in those matches is I don't necessarily. I'm usually pretty. Yeah, you know, I'll just be nice and do call outs. Oh, nice try. You know, just that sort of stuff. And when what I do is I wait for the toxic people. Right? You wait for the toxic people, and then when they start, that's when I have my fun. That's when they start getting toxic, and then I can mock them, and I can call them all kinds of things, and tell them that they're being dumb, and tell them to calm down, and do you want to win the game or not? You know, it's just but in like different ways. You know, creatively. Let's say we're just being creative about things. We're just expressing our creative ability through communicating with upset individuals in FPS games. Oh hey, thanks for the cheer, Omni J Bear. Oh man, yeah. Shit, where was I? What am I even doing anymore? I have. Oh yeah. So yeah, that is kind of like our customer avatar side of things. Yeah, actually, would you guys be interested? So this is a concept. This is a concept that I've been kicking around for a while. So we actually actually spend time to create recipes that have the exact same nutritional profile as Vite Ramen, like, you know, as close as possible. And that it's fun because then we can compare the cost, the time, and the effort to get all of that nutrition. which it's a lot. Oh my god, I'm gonna also film the shopping process because I think I'm gonna have to go to like 5 stores to get all the ingredients. It's gonna be insane, and then I'm gonna have to like prep all of it. And then I just want to like show the cost and like how much stuff to prepare. And oh my god, it's yeah. I got 5 cuisines. I got well, they're not all perfected yet. I need to like work on it a little bit. But I have a Chinese cuisine version, Japanese cuisine version, French, Italian, and American. Those would be the 5 cuisines that I'm the most proficient in. So I think also like by and large 5 of the most popular cuisines as well. And then to just like, and then I can cut that into a video where I'm just like split screen right on the side, like me making fight ramen, do it, eat it, and then I can like then as I'm fucking cooking and doing all that kind of stuff on the side for the other screen, I can just be playing games and relaxing and napping and doing whatever. And then the poor fuck version of me who has to, do all that and then go do all the dishes. Oh my god, no one talks about how many dishes you have to do. One of the things I want to talk about, like even when I'm doing like all this cooking stuff, is how many dishes did that generate? How long is it gonna take me to wash all those dishes? I think that's a really important part of like when you're cooking. There's some recipes like, yeah, does this come together in like 5 minutes? Absolutely, you're correct. It also cost me like 15 bowls. So like, that really cost me 5 minutes? I don't think so. So yeah, so that's something that is something I want to be doing. And one of the things is that like, I think one of the big things that we're kind of wrestling with right now is in visual identity. Vite Ramen, right now we have kind of like the minimalist thing going on, right? It's minimalist. It's minimalist, and it is very much something that is it's minimalist, and it's very much something that is, how do I say it? It's like from the 2016s, right? I think when we first started doing it a long time ago, it was new, it was fresh. Like you didn't see a ramen brand that was minimalist, and it fit very well with like what we were trying to do, and it stood out. But nowadays, everyone's doing it, right? It's the e-commerce look. So I want to do something a little bit different, and also talks about towards like the creativity of things. One of the concepts I want to explore is to treat the website and the landing page almost like just one big plate, and to basically have like basically a string of almost like sauce going through it, and therefore people can easily follow the journey. They can also have click on things that would open up new tabs and really create this feeling of exploration and like travel as you're going along, where all the components are treated more like plating on a dish, rather than now, which is just like kind of like just random segments. And it's like it is ambitious in a lot of ways, but I do think it would be cool. It plays to that creative nature. It shows how much care that we put into kind of the flavors, the ingredients, and also allows us to do things like nutrition. And show off the nutrition. Like one of the things I want to do, for instance, is to have like, I can't draw this. I'm not gonna try. It's like have those bowls and everything, and to really have, more, I guess. How do you say it? More like visual elements more visual communication, because I think right now a lot of our website is very text heavy, and that is going to be on me because like I'm a writer first before. But I think as more and more as I look into storytelling, especially visual storytelling and visual design, that's what I want to be doing with V3.1, and use that visual storytelling to draw this kind of like concept in line throughout. When you're reading through, you can get all this information, but it's simplified, clarified versions like the simple doors, complex rooms, and then from there, be able to condense. And then from there, if you want more information, you do want more context, then you can easily click through. Yeah. Because I think right now we don't really necessarily, and like, I think someone earlier had talked about as well, there's not, it can be a little bit hard to differentiate between the different lines of products and how we do the product and what the difference between the products is. And that's going to be like a UI design sort of thing. I'm not necessarily entirely sure how to approach that right now either, but, yeah. Oh my God, it's been 4 hours. And I might just stop the stream soon. I realized I gotta figure out dinner, funnily enough. Favorite flavor of Vite, planning on making an order in a bit. Spicy tonkotsu, which is unfortunately sold out right now. Besides that, I would go with besides that, big fan of the Shoyu Tonkotsu Pro Plus. Also because that has 42 grams of protein, but that has like a super, super thick broth. That's like, what we want to do with that is we wanted to replicate some of the like ultra rich tonkotsus that we've had. And that one is like, once that one is not hot anymore, even at like 60 degrees room temperature, it will gel up because there's so much gelatin and collagen in there. It will literally just like, the broth will get like thick and you can jiggle it around. And that's how much protein and collagen is that one. I like that. If you want it thinner, obviously just add more water and it'll still hold up. The flavor and stuff will still hold up. You can always add a little bit of salt as well if you need. But yeah, I like that one a lot too. So, how many vegetarian flavors do we have? Quite a bit. I think half of our, generally speaking, half of everything we make is going to be vegan. So we generally don't go with vegetarian. It's usually either vegan or it has meat. That way, it's just a little bit better. Some of our most popular flavors are actually vegan. Yuzu shoyu, spicy seiso, vegan white miso. They're all vegan. Anyone who's just like, yeah, vegan stuff tastes like shit is like, well, that's honestly a skill issue. Do you not know that most ingredients of the world are actually vegan? And I think most of the problem comes down to, in my opinion, that a lot of vegan recipes and stuff don't figure out the umami aspect very well. And so if we have a good umami base with the methods that we have on the recipes, then it's no different than a meat-based recipe. So. I think shipping costs a big hurdle. Yeah, like we can't help that, unfortunately. That's just the real shipping cost that we're charged by the shipping companies. And yeah, it's like we either wrap that into the cost of the product and then go, oh yeah, the shipping is lower, but like it's just wrapped in the cost of the product, which like also has its own issues and problems. Yeah, I don't know. Like there's no good way around it, right? Like because that shipping cost is just that's the cost that we have to pay regardless. And I don't know how to, like there's no way around it, right? That's the cost we have to pay. And we can't. The problem with a smaller business like ours is a lot of free shipping sort of stuff is they wrap the cost into the product and they can average it out over significantly more orders. But when you don't have that volume and the overall shipping cost becomes a lot more volatile, that's not something that you can just absorb. So if we were to like grow 5 times our size, we might be able to like increase some of the pricing a little bit, and then therefore subsequently decrease the shipping as an average based off of data. But the volatility of a smaller business, because like if we have a bunch of people buying in California close to us, right? Then the shipping is like $5. Cool. We ship to New York. And suddenly that shipping cost becomes triple that, right? 15. But if you add a heavier item in there, let's say we add a cutting board in there, right? The shipping cost within California is going to go from $5 to like $7 because it's not going that far still. Okay, cool. Now we send it to New York. Oh my God, now we're suddenly looking at like $35. You send it international, shit, it's even more, like 50 something or more, depending on what part of the world and all that kind of stuff, duties and customs and everything. And then it's just like, how do you average that if you don't have that much volume? And the answer to that is you can't. So we just kind of have to offer it as is and go, yeah, unfortunately. I think for most people, a fully vegan diet is mostly full of texture issues because people just aren't taught how to make vegetables feel good. Yeah, that's true. No, absolutely. I think most people suck at cooking vegetables. I did a lot of I spent most of my time at garmager and working with like vegetables and stuff at Michelin star restaurants and stuff. Even when I was like doing like some fryer and grill and stuff, I still liked garmager the most because I think vegetables have so much more variety because they consist of most things we eat actually, or like the number of ingredients and different types of textures and flavors, and so you can modify their textures, flavors, and stuff way more. You can fry it, you can slice it, you can pickle it, you can all kinds of stuff. So and most people like just, and especially American meals, I find they just like steam the vegetables and don't even fucking season it with like salt and pepper or like season it as an afterthought. And I'm like, well, shit. No wonder. That all tastes like shit. Come on. If you stir, like even if you just like stir fry it with some oil and salt beforehand, that's gonna be way better than your steamed and then salted stuff, right? Or literally just like put it on a sheet pan and roast it in the oven with some salt and pepper. That's delicious. Yeah. So what about selling through Amazon? That's even worse. Amazon actually does not. Amazon doesn't help. In fact, Amazon takes 15% off the top, and then in order to get good shipping from Amazon, you need to work with their FBA program, their Fulfilled by Amazon program, in which that has its own issues. That costs a lot of money. They take more percentage as well, and then yeah. You'll see that you'll see on Amazon, for instance, there are a lot of like, oh, this is Prime, but you still need to pay shipping. That would be the smaller companies who are like that are fulfilled by Amazon, but still still have to pay like their own costs and things like that. There's and there's a bunch of other ones which are the same. So there's no free lunch, there's no free shipping. Shipping is shipping. Amazon actually, and that's the thing, Amazon actually loses money on their shipping every year. They lose a lot of money on their shipping. They recover that money through AWS. I think if you look at all the Amazon reports, if you look at the Amazon selling division and Prime specifically, and you look at their consumer report or their shareholder reports and that sort of stuff, you'll see that division. That's a fucking money sink. They keep it because it's a big branding thing and like all this other stuff. They get some, or at least they claim they get some other things out of it. So yeah. Yeah, it's there's no free lunch. There's no free shipping. Yeah. It's a shipping loss leader. I believe their entire Amazon marketplace is a loss leader. I think it's only turned a profit like once. And all the other years, it's been negative. I believe one of the big things that they want to do is it's loss leader stuff. They're attempting to use volume and scale to find some kind of solution that works, but it's not necessarily working out very well. So. Self-driving cars and drones were basically what they were trying to do. And to be fair, they have significantly lowered operational costs. I will say, from a technical standpoint, their warehouses are really cool. there's all kinds of like automation lanes and stuff for efficiency. But obviously, then the problem becomes that they treat people like machines as well. So yeah, that's how all that works. Anyway, I think I am going to go ahead and call it here because I've been yapping for quite a while. I realize I haven't checked Discord in a while, and I have a fuck ton of notifications because I went on rants. So I have a lot of stuff to catch up on actually, for like other work that's not that's other work that's not this kind of marketing. So let's find someone to raid, and then I will be ending stream. Thanks for showing up, everyone. Who is active right now? Oh, geez, I did not mean to have that. I'm gonna go raid. I'm gonna go raid. I'm gonna go raid. I'm gonna raid Girl DM. Thanks. I will be streaming more. I mean, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow as well. So, all right. Thanks for joining, everyone, and see you guys.